What you think about when you're born into a fire? Let 'em burn it out. Sell 'em to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake it to the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. The brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake it to the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake it to the back of the pack, kill it anyway. And we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake it to the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake it to the back of the pack, kill it anyway.
We're back. We're back. Back on a, hey Siri, what day is today?
It's Tuesday, March 12th, 2020.
Tuesday, March 12th. All right. Thank you.
It's Thursday, March 14th, 2024.
Wait, what? I thought you said it was Tuesday. What day is today?
It's Tuesday, March 12th, 2024.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know. Oh, she probably heard me say the words. What is it? 2 days from now? Maybe. All right. We're caught in a snowstorm. But you can kind of see the ThunderCats lair here. We got to try to figure out a way to work on the shoulders and get the kind of that cape cowl look going. And then from there, I think we could basically do how the rest of the neck collar area will look as well. Because yeah, I think one thing that'll make this design really fun is if we do that cape design doo-doo. Then yeah, it should help the parameters of what I'm trying to build here. Real quick, make sure I've got my YouTube dashboard and Kick dashboard up. We are streaming live on 3 different platforms: Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. And we've been rocking and rolling on that so far for the past month now. I think we've been doing pretty decent, so we'll stick with it. Fast travel. Server delay, like Please see that I want to stop. Please see that I want to stop. We saw that Dorkster was helping dig out a good portion of the front end here. We're basically gonna try to extend the water and lake area if we can. You know, ultimately we're still waiting to see what's going to happen with the server. Still no news if I'll double check while I'm saying this. No news of wiping and restarting. Yeah. Okay. No messages for me in Discord. All right. Just making sure I'm being accurate when I'm saying that. And now the head isn't completely finished, but we got our scaffolding going up there now too to get to the front of it. We're gonna do a perimeter check our turrets, and then get back to work here. Oh yeah, see some ammo used up here. It's about 31 rounds, which is decent. I think a turret can roughly take out a standard zombie with 3 or 4 bullets, I think. Seems like it, at least. Alright. Well, definitely enough activity here to warrant pulling out the nail gun just to make sure. Yeah. Something got to the door, but doesn't look like it went further from there. Hope everybody's having a good start to the week. I certainly am. Definitely felt good to get out of the dang apartment today. Get a little bit of exercise. Not pushing it, but at least trying to get my legs mobile again. That's been a pain, but not too bad there as far as strength and everything goes. It never seems to be like, it's like not necessarily my legs, it's just my core, my body, my spine and hips and everything like that are really what I deal with as far as lack of strength. So then if you don't have that core going, your body starts saying, no, we don't have the energy, and everything else doesn't get worked out or exercised, and it just all cascades from there. I held off getting a coffee this morning in favor of a blended one for this evening. So I felt good that I put off a little bit longer not having caffeine. So I'd say I went a good 48, 50 hours of no caffeine. Now I think the hard part is the fact that I now had caffeine and I have to not have any again for probably like 24 hours, I think. At least that's how I'm feeling. Because I want to kind of keep it up, you know, not have that continued dependency on caffeine. Oh, we need some fuel. Home. This coming weekend, however, when I am doing my subathon, I will be having caffeine, and it's kind of spoiling myself a little bit. But in doing so, I do need to make sure I don't... gas is over here. There it be. I'm gonna grab that much. Now if we hit /return, we should be next to the generator. Oh, we should have checked the generator at that base. Well, we'll go back and check it in a second. Okay. I was gonna say we could open those up while we have the generator accessed. Batman. Been on decaf coffee for over a year now. Still not dead yet. See, it works. It's not the concern about dying. But it is definitely a dependency, for sure. I recognize that. I think what's the other thing? It's just the whole fact that boom, there we go. The whole fact that I can go or that I could get something caffeinated and like within 15 minutes after I'm done drinking the whole thing, I start getting tired and everything like that. So it's like, yeah, you know. Dasha, morning. How are you today? Pretty good, pretty good. I was just telling Batman about, yeah, I walked to the coffee shop. Well, I was telling everybody. I walked to the coffee shop and got a little fresh air. Yesterday morning, I did my 2 miles in the morning at least, and did that. And so this morning I put off the as I reached for it for some more. I said no marshmallows on the top, and they put marshmallows in. Oh well. And Dasha, good morning over on Kick and YouTube as well. In fact, I had a full fat coffee last week and I couldn't handle it. Sweets, shakes, the works. Yeah. For me, one of the things that I did many moons ago, I think it was like in 2013. I think I went 6 months without a Mountain Dew, mostly without soda. I can't remember. I had something at some point during that time. I must have had like a Sprite or 7 Up or something like that. But that's not caffeinated, but still got the sugar content, the high fructose corn syrup, or whatever. Anyways, point I'm getting at with me saying that though is I think one day at work I did the whole breakdown moment, where I'm just like I was like, I gotta have one. And I was like, oh man, this is what my smoker friends who quit do. Like they're doing good, they're doing great, and then there's just that one day where they're just like, I gotta go get a pack. And yeah. So no knock on any of my smoker friends or anybody. As much as I could tell you not to smoke, it's not like I know what nicotine addiction's like versus caffeine, but that was a relatable moment. Anyways, so yeah, I went and I got a soda, and some of you guys have heard this before, but yeah, it was just recently restocked in the cooler at work, the sodas we would get at work, and so it hadn't been cooled off yet, and it was warm, and it was one of those like, I don't care, gotta have it. And so I had a warm Mountain Dew, and I could taste all the sodium, every little tiny like molecule of sodium molecule. But I could taste the sodium, the salt that's put into the soda, and that right there is I think what really turned me off for another several months. Like I just couldn't have any more soda again for a little while. And then it was then I had like an ice cold one like 3 or 4 months later. I don't know. I'm not exact on the times, but the point I'm trying to make is that there was some time, and I was doing well. But yeah, then I had like an ice cold one, and that like must have like canceled out my taste of the sodium content. Because oh howdy, was I in heaven and bliss when I had that. Oh my goodness, it was so good. I remember how good it felt getting that soda. So yeah. Let's see. In fact, had the full fat. Oh, I already read that. Sorry, Batman. Oh man, so Batman, what you been up to, man? get you in here early for some of my streaming. And I even had to start late today. If you guys haven't seen, I got a preview. I should show it here too. I got a preview of tomorrow's first episode of the Bows and Blades for um, YouTube, my YouTube series. And tomorrow I'll have the thumbnail for oh God, words. Tomorrow I'll have the thumbnail for Fists Only, and they both drop. Day one for both of them drops within an hour of each other, 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. Eastern time, respectively. Let me switch window capture properties. All right, so there's the preview of the card. Nothing too fancy, just wanted to put something together for tomorrow's first episode. So on YouTube you'll see this in the beginning. Since I did go with bombs again on this one, it's just bows and blades, so no Molotovs, no pipe bombs, no grenades, obviously no rocket launchers. There we go. Grenades and rocket launchers, that should be the other challenge. Imagine how long it would take me to get that. I can't touch any of the zombies until I get the supplies for that stuff. But anyways, yeah, so this will be up tomorrow. I gave him the you Stargate fans, I gave him the raw eyes. I enhanced those in Photoshop. Yes, indeed, this image is photoshopped. I confess. It's been doctored. For all you UK fans. Sorry. All right. Let me switch back to the notepad. Do I have the notepad file open? Open. I barely know what's going on with that whole thing with the royal family, but I was seeing some of the Twitter posts and whatnot. So it's really interesting to see how everybody's getting, I guess, concerned about what's her name, Kate. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait, we can put the notepad file back up real quick. So for those that didn't see, our last stream, we got up to 50,000 blocks. This current stack will get us to 51,000 blocks. So we still got quite a ways to go. I'm thinking about upgrading the blocks on the floors right now just to knock those out to get them done. Then we could work on the shoulders. We're going to go till 11 p.m. my time tonight. Absolutely cannot go longer, though. I've got a very important day at work tomorrow, and it's going to be a long day, which might mean that I might do a late start tomorrow, but we'll see how it goes. We shall see. So Batman not been doing much lately, trying to get Euro Truck Simulator up to 2,000 hours played. Nice, man. Actually, glad you mentioned that. We tune in now to Greg checking in on his hours played on 7 Days to Die. 9,157.5 hours. So, I should be able to hit 10,000 hours by next year's anniversary. I couldn't even fathom what at what point will I hit 10,000 hours, but yeah, it's getting there. Oh, we were talking about like Pal World. I think I haven't even hit 200 hours yet on that, but yeah, 164. Valheim, 1,177. So I finally got over 1,000 hours on Valheim. A lot of the time over the winter and early last fall, I've been playing with Philo and Thea. Got me up on those numbers. 8 hours to go for you. Oh, that's just like one more session, right? One more sesh. Did we even out our concrete mix and cobble? Yes, okay. Now again, it's not going to be 100% accurate, the amount of blocks that we're putting into this, but it's still, I wanted to get that rough estimate, so I think that's the best way we could go with it, with me upgrading blocks. Okay. Should be as simple as... Yeah, we'll go do over here first. It's up to 1,200 hours in No Man's Sky, but lost interest after you got all the achievements. Oh boy. Would you say No Man's Sky was a achievement-based game for you, for like, for your particular goals and playstyle? I'm trying to remember the last time I did achievement hunting in a game. Like, for 7 Days to Die, I specifically did the PvP ones just to finish all the achievements, but I didn't focus on achievements before. And that's what led me to FD Magic's server, meeting him and DJ and everybody. Was getting onto a PvP server that I would enjoy enough to risk enough time to get PvP kills. Yeah, pretty much. The game has a lot to do in it. There's still things not done yet. Right on. I think initially, Pal World. Yeah, sorry, getting my mic adjusted. I think initially Pal World had turned me on to the idea of achievement hunting, but again, I want that game to be updated more and worked on a little bit more before I put any more time into it. I've had a lot of fun trying to breed a specific type of PAL. And for those that have been playing, what do you call it? Grisbolt is the one I was working on. And I got a Grisbolt with Fierce. Oh crap, what was it? Muscle. Something muscle. Can't believe I forgot. And Lucky. And I want to get one with Burly Body, Lucky, Ferocious, and whatever the muscle one is. Good. Did I reduce the game audio? Oh, you asking me to reduce the game audio? Nail gun gives you a headache. Yeah, I don't like the nail gun either. I feel like it. I can oblige. I feel like what do you call it? It's not part of ambient, is it? No. I feel like the sorry, Yoda moment. Feel like what? Like we're being watched. Where you put your weapon? I mean you no harm. How's that? Actually, what I should do is I should turn it down in my mixer, keep it up for me just in case there's zombies, huh? That's fair. No, happy to oblige. I might kick it back up here later, but yeah, we got a lot of blocks to upgrade. It's the same thing with the auger for me. After a certain while, the auger drives me nuts. And it's one of, but not the only reasons I use a pickaxe. Use the steel pickaxe instead of an auger. Steel pickaxe just as a flow form of digging into rock and ore feels comfortable. A steel pickaxe, the only issue is sometimes it doesn't hit the hitbox the same as I would like it to. Oh. Out of wood. Got your wood right here, man. Anyways. It's the hard knocks life for us. I might actually want to go get some more wood again. Depending on the server restarts or not. Well, so again, the PAX East is it the weekend of the 22nd, I believe, of March? So we're talking like 10 days from now. I don't know if necessarily if the Fun Pimps are going to use that show to announce anything. But it sounds to me like they're also going to have a demo for Blood Moons, the other game that they've got Illogica Studios working on. I was saying Studios Illogica when I met them at TwitchCon. But then I saw something else that said Illogica Studios. I don't know if it really matters, but I've been seeing people complaining on Reddit. You know, they don't even have this game done. Why are they working on a second one? And I'm just like, well, they're at expansion stage and they have another studio working for them on. I don't know. It's just so funny. Like all the things people complain about. So Batman, he started Hogwarts Legacy again, a game I didn't think I'd like, but became a guilty pleasure. Yeah, I still been meaning to check that out. Not to give myself away, but I posted it when I moved into my apartment. But I have a platform 9 3/4 welcome mat in front of my apartment. And I don't mind saying that because I'm going to be getting a different one. Like after several years now, I'm going to retire that and I'm going to get a different floor mat. Welcome mat, sorry, for my apartment. But you know, and I got a second one, which was the Marauders map. So I have a Marauders map welcome mat, and I have a the platform 9 3/4. So I love the platform 9 3/4 thing. That was like the pinnacle of what sold me on the whole Harry Potter thing in the first place, is being able to take something modern and mundane like King's Cross Station, which I didn't get to go to when I hit London in 2007. We were going to we ended up at one of the other stations that went out to the west countryside. But yeah, so you know, taking something like King's Cross Station and you know, it's like, okay, yeah, you got platform 9, platform 10, you know, where's 9 3/4, you know, and it's like not. We have visitors. Where are they at? Puppy dogs. Okay. I hear another one down below. Anyways, but yeah, I love that. I love the whole, like, taking something like that and making it, a bit of a mystical thing, you know, something mundane. And, sorry, just like making it, like, right under your nose the whole time kind of deal. There you are. TIE Fighter death. Like, even the actual entrance to Diagon Alley, with the bricks moving was nice and fun, but it wasn't, to me, as fun as the whole platform 9 3/4 thing. So yeah. They replicated platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross. Not sure if it's still there. Oh wow. Yeah, I probably won't be able to do my my trip I want to do to the UK for still another 5 years or more out. But if I do get to, I'd love to. I'd love to get a photo, something like that. I'll be a complete tourist with something like that. That's for sure. Yeah, I love stuff like that. But at the same time, the oh gosh, is it Harry Potter World? Whatever it is in Florida. Um, I forget. Is that Universal Studios or one of those places that has it? But yeah, if I get a chance, I'm um gonna go check that out. That I can at least do sooner than 5 years from now. And I had been meaning to go there at some point. Um, sorry, my Twitch dashboard's acting up. Okay, maybe not. All right. There we go. So here's the first. I have more viewers on Kick than I do on Twitch right now. I'm not usually looking at the numbers, but like I said, I thought maybe my app was acting up. You should see the mock-ups they have at York Railway Museum. Excellent place to visit. Man, I have a feeling I'm going to be spending a lot of time in the UK before I go down to the rest of Europe. And I think I've talked to you before, trying to plan out my my Euro trip. At minimum, I want to do a 3 month backpack trip. You know, basically like a legit backpack on my back and a large duffel. You know, and I'll weigh out where people I know from people I used to work with that I met in 2007 that would put me up again from London to um trying to think how much I want to say. About an hour or two west on the train from London. I know some people out there, and then so eventually I have to. I'll work my way down, of course. But basically, it's gonna be parts of Ireland. Then I'll go to Scotland, Wales, and then head towards London at that point. For kind of that's a very basic, obviously, a zigzag. And part of that is based on some of the people I've got to know over the years, especially in Cardiff. Um, there's about 5 or 6 folks there that I want to see, and I'm supposed to find out more about the Bailey family that I'm related to in a reasonably close conjunction that are in Wales. So I'll do that, and then I'll probably end up spending a lot of time in London. So there'll be some hotels, some hostels, some couches in that mix there. And then I'll head through the tunnel, head to France, and I think I do from initial standpoint a little bit of a loop to Spain, Portugal, and yeah, I had a little bit of that mapped out, hitting some of the North Mediterranean there. Yeah, I have to figure out the rest too. And then there's going to be a lot of time spent in Germany with some friends that are there. It's just like, okay, there's that. And then Amsterdam's going to be a while there too, with some of the art museums that I need to see, and exhibits, the towns, and everything like that. Yeah, the structures, the architecture. So there's going to be a little bit of that coming back up. So I'm trying to figure out, I was like, do I do this kind of long roundabout loop? But it's going to be 3 months of that. So, there's going to be some times where I'm just probably in country somewhere for like a day, maybe two, in some places, unless I build up a bigger tourist plan. And then in other cases, there will be several weeks where I'll spend time somewhere. Yeah, it's just something else, and then it's just like, how do you see everything? You try to, but chances are you won't. And all this is also predicated on the fact that in 5 years, 10 years, whenever I do this or whatever, that I've gotten my health up enough that I can do this kind of travel, that I wouldn't be fatigued. For those that don't know what health issues I'm talking about, it's mainly a fatigue issue. The last thing you want to do is plan this whole trip, and then you don't have the energy to walk around and enjoy whatever it is you want to enjoy in the first place, that you spent money on traveling and going and seeing, right? And I've had to do stuff like that in my life, where I've have had to cancel plans or tell friends I can't come over, because I've just been too exhausted to go out and do something. A couple of times, some of my friends would say, "Come over anyways," and within a half an hour, I'm asleep on their couch while everybody else is partying and having conversation. Why did I come over here? I came over for ammo. Get that 9mm standard 9mm. Okay. You should see the mock-ups that. Oh, wait, sorry. I was gonna reread your sentence again. Why does it look like it shifted up though? That's weird. You hear that, Twitch? I said your chat's weird. All right. Those are good to go. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how this how the pathing is. Like, if I take that bridge away, the bars there away, where will things want to go? Will they want to come to the edge and drop down and go to my doors there? They technically won't have access up to the bridge up there unless they somehow load out there and actually walk the bridge. One hopes that they don't want to smack on the pillars. I mean, the stuff's being built for aesthetics, not for defense purposes. All right. So I may have underestimated my 9mm status. There we go. Yeah, that's for sniper rounds. We should restock that. put some of that stuff away. Okay, put that in here. That. Medical. Tricorder. Medical tricorder. You know what? Fine. Let's do it. Take up the rest of that space. Why not? I could type more, but I wanted to wait for you to finish, which usually takes a while. It's like you know me well. Have you been to my channel before? No worries, man. Okay. Poor Cluck Norris is officially stuck there. Damn. Oh, if can't take. Oh no, there we go. See if that was making him stuck. Okay. I was just thinking if I put the fence blocks on the other side, if that'll help. Poor Cluck Norris. What? I went in water. Come on, game. Son of a biscuit. I'm gonna count that. That's 23. My goodness. All right. So, I can't technically jump into water that's half a block deep. Good news is, though, only 59 real life minutes until it heals. We'll obviously go take care of it here in a bit. Slow walk forward. Okay, on face. Dang it, Cluck Norris. Yeah, see, he takes up that block space. Just as long as he doesn't jump out there when I take away the fence piece. Okay, keep those down here. All right, let's teleport back across the line. Man, we've just been so kind to Cluck Norris, giving him a place to stay, food off of our table. Is he finally moving forward? Finally jumping. I just don't know how he got wedged in there in the first place, and it's not the first time. Come on, man. No, I'm not easily distracted by other things when other things need to get done. Rogue Squadron. That's big arse chicken. Rogue Squadron, you missed out on my Euro trip conversation. But you've been here for it before. My plans I'm making for many years from now. Yeah, dare I say it's kind of like one of those one thing or the other kind of focuses for the next several years, right? And getting a house will likely be the very obvious choice to focus on right now. And later on in life, I should be able to put together the money for for 3 months. We know that most people, not everybody, could do it without worry, but for most people, if you got a day job, most jobs won't let you take a 3 month leave of absence. So KFC would pay good money for that chicken. I don't know. All right. So if he's able to make himself get free, I don't know why that accent started kicking in. If he gets free, we'll go over and modify that. Basically, I'll be turning the fence inward, and so that corner won't be accessible anymore. Kentucky Fried Chicken for the win. It's funny. Like there was a point in my life where I did not like Kentucky Fried Chicken, and reason being is because of the like when grease dominates flavor and quantity of actual chicken under the breading and everything like that on the fried chicken. Um, it's so greasy that it's just wet. Like that, that's disgusting to me. When it comes to something like that. Um, but what really turned me off is the mashed potatoes that they've had was that like instant mash flavor. So it had this artificial flavor to it that as a kid I couldn't stand. So much so that I had asked my parents to never buy Kentucky Fried Chicken again. Now they thought it was because I was starting to like have qualms about eating chicken. I guess I don't know, something like that. Whatever specific details to that you want to take from it, I don't know. But later on, it's like they're telling me that I thought, or that they had thought I was against us eating chicken. And I was like, no, Mom, when you get chicken and you fry it at home, hot damn, that's awesome. It's great. Just I was just like, but that from Kentucky Fried Chicken, it's like the chicken, the mashed potatoes, just doesn't work for me. So imagine a young kid telling his parents, "It just doesn't work for me." Just doesn't. It was something like that. They used to tease me about it. It just doesn't work for me. But yeah, no, that was the reason, and it was mostly the mashed potatoes because it immediately ruined the association of like fried chicken and mashed potatoes for me. So later on in life, if it wasn't cooked by my mother or somebody else I knew that was good at frying up chicken, I didn't want it. But so then since I've come to Georgia, I've now tried Church's chicken, Popeye's chicken, and I think I've had some KFC since then, and the KFC was still too greasy. But the chicken at least had good flavor, so whatever I had gotten, it was at least flavorful. But But yeah, sure enough, yeah, that was the thing for me. It was just too greasy. Um, Now the church's chicken, I've gotten the most, excuse me, since I've lived in this apartment. When it comes to getting specifically like a fried chicken, and and then I would get like what do you call it, uh, boneless, just like chicken strips or something to that fact. And that's even better for me because yeah, I just don't like the leftover bones, especially in apartment living. It's got to sit in a trash can until your next trash dump. So much so that like I would get some of my freezer containers and I would what do you call it? I'd put it in the freezer, and then when I would know that when I'm taking my trash out, then I would put it in the trash, and at that point, yeah, like all the I've got like all the meat off the bone and everything like that, so it's not gonna smell up the trash. But it's just like going through those lengths. Vegan tendencies, not in this house, son. No, I don't think my parents would care either way on that. It's just that, like that shift of when it's a common staple in the house, and then all of a sudden you're asking for something to change when it comes to the food, and it took them a while before they realized it wasn't fried chicken that I was against. It was fried chicken from Kentucky Fried Chicken that didn't care for. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably, in my situation, it's not for everybody. In my situation, I probably would benefit from a at least decently close to vegetarian or vegan style diet, but I definitely enjoy too many things that would be on the no list to be able to do that. And yeah, so for me, it's there's a little bit of acceptance there, but with the understanding that I do want to still evaluate what I'm having, what I'm getting, how much fast food I'm getting versus cooking stuff at home. Continuing the urge to learn how to cook things as well. Like I've had a bad lull this last 6 weeks now. Primal Carnage. Popeye's chicken is better? Well, that's subjective. You may think it's better. No, I'm with you. I have enjoyed Popeye's chicken. I'm probably, the next time I order some, I'm probably gonna try their spicy, because I just get regular recipe, and it's just one of those things. Like I'm still trying to expand my palate when it comes to spicy foods, because I can't handle spicy foods very well. Of tolerance, not so much like stomach or whatever. It's just same similar association about the whole greasy chicken thing with KFC, is the whole spicy foods not tasting with any flavor, and the only thing they do is just burn your mouth and whatnot, and make your eyes water. Then I don't want it. I want food with flavor. Congratulations if somebody is a top spicy food eater, give them the award. I don't want it, but for me, I want foods with flavor. So now that I've kind of come around about on trying some more things with a little bit more spice to them, some of the verde sauce that I've been having for my enchiladas has a little bit of a spicy I don't know, what do you say, a tinge of spicy, a tingle of spicy, I don't know. But so it's enough that it's been kind of like lightly making my nose run a little bit, but not bad. Like I could then cook up my enchiladas. I just finished the last batch of them for lunch today. But I could have my enchiladas, I can cook them up, and I'm not worried about it so much. I think there's like a dash of jalapeno in it, is what it is, of chopped up jalapeno. Let's see, Rogue Squadron just baking some cheese and bacon rolls. Cheese and bacon rolls, what's that? Batman's like, are you making enough to share? At least I think that's who Batman's talking to. Spicy chicken sandwich for Popeyes is the best. I thought about trying one of those. I had one from Wendy's. When they accidentally, it was either Wendy's or Burger King. They accidentally gave me the wrong chicken sandwich, and it wasn't bad. Like the spiciness along with the mayonnaise that they had, or the like a mayonnaise based sauce that they had, or something like that, really went well together. I've had like another accidental spicy chicken sandwich that had more like a Thousand Island style sauce base, and that just did not work for me. So Rogue Squadron says it's cheese and bacon wrapped in pastry, and they're very nice. All right, right on. That's when the real supremo cooking for me is gonna happen, is when I start making stuff like pastries at home. You know, when I can start getting a little bit fancy and start inserting custards on the insides of things, and jellies, and I don't know. Man, if somebody came in halfway through that sentence, the latter half, they were like, what's Greg talking about? But yeah, so with the baking, I want to eventually get to making some nice like desserts and stuff like that. But you got me thinking too about like some of the cheese items like that. Someone was telling me I should try to make a stuffed crust pizza. You know, put the cheese in the what do you guys call it? The end that you hold on a pizza. Do you guys call that the bone? Other people call it a bone. I call it the edge. The edge of a pizza. Also made some baked bean and sausage pasties too. Pasties? Or pastries? Primal, you call it the crust? Okay, alright. Oh, so it is English word pasty? Okay. Yeah, because when I hear pasties, I think of the nipple covers that the performers put on. Sorry, but... shows you where my mind goes when, when some of those words are brought up. Oh, sugary goodness. The A is hard and pasty. Well, I mean, I'm not going to kink shame. Pasty? So now that makes me sound like I'm from Dash's part of the world. Go, get me a pasty, eh? Sorry. Dash is like, you what now? What you on about? Rogue Squadron. Dogs having a riot playing with the teddy on the carpet. Oh, now are you talking about like shaking back and forth, gonna tear the thing apart, or I think was it the we had that long-haired Chihuahua many moons ago. When I was still married, and we had a little stuffed animal like that that she had liked. That it was the only time she ever kind of got like in a kind of a mode like that where, you know, the kind of those instincts kicked in. And yeah, I think it was encouraged. You know, it's just like, you know, you don't chew up shoes, you don't chew up other items in the house. This is what you could chew. This is okay. And it was pretty receptive. She was pretty receptive to doing that kind of training. I was very happy with that. So that was a very big thing about me agreeing to having a pet. Is I don't want to wake up, get ready for work, and find my work shoes have been ripped to shreds by the dog. Your dad has a long-haired Chihuahua. Molts everywhere? Oh no. Mine never had that issue. not to be like, mine never had that issue. But no, that's interesting. Yeah, because that's one of the other big things is I can't stand cat hair, dog hair everywhere in the place I live. And definitely, like, the last thing I ever wanted waking up in my bed would be the last thing I would want is hair on the pillow and everything, on my blankets. Yeah. And it's another thing, again, I can't knock anybody else that's able to be, you know, okay with that. I don't knock that. It's just definitely not for me. I distinctly remember, this would be way before I met my ex-wife, before we dated and everything like that. And it was expressed to me by some of my friends that, well, you better get used to it. And it's not the only time somebody's told me this, and it's so funny. You better get used to that, because when you date someone and they're gonna have a dog or a cat, you know, you're gonna have to put up with it. I'm just like, now wait a minute. Why? You know, why would I date somebody then that would have that hard line rule in our dating, you know, parameters? You know, I wouldn't want them to change either. I wouldn't want them to feel like they have to adjust for me in that strong of a regard if they couldn't, you know, if they like having the dog sleep up in the bed or the cat sleep up in the bed. I think the most I've been comfortable with, though, is like if they're sleeping at your feet, you know, in between the covers, like in between, sorry, like you and your significant other. If they're between your legs or something like that, I don't mind that as much. But again, as long as that animal hair doesn't end up on my pillow. Yeah, so there's that. I'm trying to think if I want to say the other thing. So way back when I was in middle school. Oh man, you're talking like 11, 12 years old, I think. Yeah, it was just before I moved out of Alaska. Me and a friend of mine, we were going to a movie with these two gals, and I was doing the oh god, what's it called? I don't know if you'd really call it wingman duties for 12-year-olds. But you know, my friend wanted to go out to the movie with with this gal, and then she had her friend, and so we did the kind of like the double date thing of going to the movies, and it's funny because it's like I had like zero interest in this other gal, but it was all about really just hanging out, and going to a movie. And beforehand, they well, like we were getting like snacks or whatever, hanging out and whatever, and the gal that I was being paired up with was obnoxiously chewing with her mouth open. And anybody that knows me knows my response to that. I can't be around that. And again, it's not a person's fault. It is what it is if they do that. You know, they're not doing it on purpose. I feel my body stiffening up just talking about it. And yeah, so they I just told my friend, just like, look, I can't sit next to her. I can't do it. And oh, looks like we did an ad break automatically started. I'll wait 40 seconds here for it to end. Ad break for Twitch, folks. No ads so far, I believe, on YouTube and Kick. Folks can chime in, of course. With YouTube, if you are watching this video on the VOD, post in the comments below. Let me know if that is something you are seeing on YouTube. We won't officially get to membership status until we get our hours watched up. And then folks on Kick, I have no idea if ads kick in at any time. I don't think Kick's doing ads because of their main company that backs them. Okay, so ad break's done. Just wanted to make sure. I don't know if it was one of those ads on the side while you could still hear me or not, but just to finish the story. So I told my friend that I could not sit next to this person because she was just going to be sitting there chomping on popcorn and making that noise throughout the whole movie. Makes me flail. And so he got pissed at me because it's the whole point after the fact that I'm not realizing. The whole point is that he's trying to go out with this girl. And I'm the friend that's saying, like, no, man, spend time with me. So these two gals sat. Oh, and when we got in the theater, this is before assigned seating in theaters. You had to get first come, first serve. The only way we could seat in the movie was to split up, and so I ended up splitting up. He and I sat somewhere, and the two girls sat somewhere. So I totally like ruined that evening for him. But again, like we're like 12 or so years old, so you know the most we're talking about here at this point is just just that overall genuine curiosity of dating someone you're interested in, or just you want to spend time with this person, but you don't really realize that stuff until the later years when the hormones kick in and and all that, or when after more of those years, after the hormones aren't really the biggest deal in your life, and you start realizing you just want to spend time with people you want to spend time with, which circles back to me and my friend spending time with each other versus trying to date someone. I don't believe really in the whole movie date thing anyways. At most, I like the idea of movie and then a dinner. John Campia mentions it on his podcast and on YouTube. And I've been like, yes, please, perfect. Reason being is not dinner and then movie. Go to a movie if you've never met this person before, but then you go to dinner after the movie, you now have at least that shared conversation, because you have the movie as an icebreaker to talk about. You just saw it, you've both seen it, You know that when you hang out in the movie, that it's someone possibly you could hang around with normally, you know, because again of some of that theater etiquette, you know, being quiet, being attentive, watching the movie is very important to me. Once in a while, I kind of like the cheers and jeers, you know, the emotional moments, looking at somebody and saying, "Do you feel the same way I do about this scene, this moment?" Like, "Wow, did you see that?" You know, I love those moments, those shared moments. But I don't like talking and having a full conversation with somebody during a movie, especially like if there's a scene that I am specifically paying attention to, but now I gotta stop paying attention to that scene because I gotta listen to the person next to me. That's a big no-no for me. Again, everybody's mileage may vary, and that's cool and all, but and then the other things, of course, that wouldn't work for me is the putting your feet up on the seat in front of you. Absolutely cannot stand that. And then yeah, then talking through the movie and you know looking at your phone during the movie. You know, in my opinion, you paid for a ticket to go see the movie. People didn't pay for a ticket to see your cell phone lit up in the theater. Um, you know, and if something is so important that you can't turn your phone off for 2 hours, then don't go to the movie. You know, don't pick the time that you can't do that. You know, or if you really need to, obviously put it on airplane mode and then go out like a half an hour or an hour into the movie and check your messages, whatever. You know, it's just like there are simple things that people could do, and obviously, again, like so, if I'm trying to date somebody and we hit that movie first, and they're constantly doing these things that are socially not working for me, not compatible for me, well, then there I go. I know. All right, we just got through a stack of concrete and cobble. What? I put it up here. We moved the total blocks from down here to up here. So Batman coming back to some folks like to breathe when they eat. I mean, are we talking like again, I have to kind of watch how I mimic some of this. Are we just talking about like and then chomp or like yeah, I can't get into the examples because it makes me tick, but Rogue Squadron. It's annoying now that Amazon Prime started to do ads. Would understand if I didn't pay for it. Oh, right. They introduced some of that. I haven't minded it so far. You know, we've had in my opinion, we've had like 10 years of kind of not having to worry about or deal with a lot of that stuff. All right, I gotta turn the audio back up a little bit. Wasn't sure if I heard a zombie somewhere. Huh. But yeah, for me, I don't mind ads within a reasonable amount. When I told you guys this, I think last week, but when I went to my parents' place in around the holidays, and they're playing cable and commercial TV, and I'm hearing the same Burger King commercial At BK, have it your way. You rule. You know, like over and over and over, fucking over and over again. And love my parents dearly, but you know, as we get older and our hearing goes, the volume of the TV is up, and blasting throughout the house. And I want to be the obnoxious son, but I don't want to be. But I want to be obnoxious and say, hey, you know, when I was a kid and you used to tell me to turn my music down in my room or my TV down in my room, which I didn't have the TV on too much in my room. It was cool though. I had one of those TVs with the VCR at the bottom. I'm waiting for Fluffy Bunny to come in with Mr. Fancy Pants. But I had one of those TV and VCR combos. But yeah, that thing had horrible speakers on the TV, and so anytime you had it up loud enough, it didn't really project the sound really well. But yeah, my dad could hear it through the other side of the house, and I'd have to turn it down once in a while. Um, let's get a couple stacks of. Actually, let's shoot. Let's go to the full 9. Let's get more. Batman. We only signed up to Prime for the no ads promise. Now they want to change again for the service we already signed up to. In the UK, it's illegal to charge for the same thing twice. Well, I mean, no, I totally get that, but it's going to be what do you call it? It's going to be something in their terms of service that accounted for that. Um, the yeah, I'm not making excuses for it. I know that that's what's going to happen, right? Obviously, they're going to have a escape clause on that. Or scapegoat clause. I don't know what it's called. They're going to have a way to get around everybody that's about to complain about that, I'm sure. It's the way it always is, apparently. Okay, I don't know what that's doing in there. If it's not an even stack of 1,000, I don't want it. Okay. But yeah, no, I get it. You know, it's the way these things are changing, right? The ever ongoing change. Gosh darn it. Which leaves 1,000 there. It's the ever ongoing change of the evolution of these things, right? 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10. Right. Oh, I talked about it before. I've been bringing it up a lot. That here in the States and you know, for the UK, you guys could speak on that, Rogue Squadron and Batman. But here in the United States, you know, we had long distance phone calls that were expensive. You know, by the minute they were charging you for long distance phone calls for so many years, right? And there was even local long distance, which was your state, but you know, far enough away from your county or whatever that they had charged you for like a local long distance. And you know, then when cell phones were first introduced, you had a per minute plan for calls. Your texting, you know, if you go over on your calls on your cell phone or your texting, you got charged more. And, you know, all that nickel and dime shit that they did with cell phones for a while. You know, and the fact that like we're now in this information age where we're in case in point, I'm broadcasting on a computer to people around the world. You know, the fact that like all this stuff is infrastructurally possible these days because of all the dare I say, bullshit we went through the past, I don't know, I'll just say 60 years. Not supposed to be an even exact number, I'm just kind of saying. You know, but all that stuff, you know, before us, all the people before us that had to pay for all that stuff to move into a more modern age that we have in technology. It's just really interesting to see the evolution of a lot of that stuff. So when it comes to entertainment, it's really interesting to see how that's all handled differently in some places and the same in others. You know, the hard part I have with some of it is, you know, if it's forms of entertainment, then we have to kind of weigh out our cost of entertainment. Is that important enough for me to spend my money on? Or is it not? You know, is it, you know, do I do I want the cable TV package with all the channels, or do I just want the first initial package with the local, we would say the local channels that you would normally get over antenna, but the antenna quality wasn't very good. So now you would get it on cable for a crisp, clear quality, and then you would get some select extra channels, but you couldn't get Disney Channel at a certain point. You couldn't get Disney Channel, you couldn't get HBO, Showtime, some of the other extended stuff. I think USA Network, TBS. I can't remember, like some of that stuff used to be on the first tier bundle, but then beyond that, other channels were on an extra package deal. Just as cable was continuing to expand, and there were hundreds of channels and stuff. All that stuff started coming out. I opted, you know, when I had cable very briefly in the early 2000s, I just opted for the low end package deal because I didn't really watch a lot of the TV, but I would watch my VHS and DVDs. And then of course when Netflix was introduced, and I could have those DVDs delivered to me, I signed right up for like the 5 DVD deal. And I kept that going for the longest time. And right around about my divorce, I switched over to 2 DVDs out at a time. Reduce the cost there to reduce my payments per month. Switched over to 2 DVDs, and at that point, I think they were just starting to do, or at least I was starting to do the watch at home. So they had some limited stuff that was starting up that you could watch on streaming, and that started evolving after the 2010s, right? So I think it was just before I got this job that moved me out to Atlanta. I didn't realize it, but for 3 or 4 years, I had my last 2 DVDs with Netflix. Before I canceled my, I had the DVD and the streaming package deal still, and I had not realized that I kept it. It was Cloud Atlas and Sucker Punch were the 2 DVDs that I had still had, and I didn't realize it. And thank goodness I found the envelopes too, because the envelopes were stashed away somewhere, like not readily available. And those DVDs were like, Netflix never sent me out like anything like saying, hey, say it's been 6 months, you've had these DVDs out for a while. And I still had like some DVDs on my list that would be the next ones if they would ship out. And so I ended up I mailed those in. I removed any more DVDs from my queue, and then as soon as it said that it received the DVDs I sent in, I canceled the dual DVD and streaming, and just went strictly to streaming. Over on Kick, Tommy Gun. Hey, 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 good to see you again. Let's see, Batman. People say it's only 30 seconds. Well, it is for now. How long before it's a full 5-minute ad break? Not longer, I'd wager. I wouldn't be surprised either. It's that they're gonna be trying things to see what they can get away with. Their company, their business, and they got to make money. And streaming and the pandemic years, whether due to the pandemic or people's reaction to the pandemic, you know, a lot of these streaming services have invested money that they have not gotten back in to their infrastructure, and now they've got to find ways to make it profitable. They've somewhat tapped into as much of the modern day household pockets, if you will, of people, and you're pretty much at the point now where people will start up a month's worth of trial service for a place, and then they'll cancel. You know, they'll watch all of Game of Thrones or whatever, and then they'll cancel. But then they'll move on to, you know, like they'll move over to oh, that was Max or HBO before, right? Now they'll cancel that and they'll go over to Netflix, and they'll watch you know, the Stranger Things or something else, and then they'll cancel after a month. And so it's going to be a lot of that going on, where people are hopping and jumping around. John Campea brought up a good point today or yesterday. I think it was yesterday, that he wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these streaming services start introducing a sign-up fee. When you sign up for, and this is strictly a scenario, a made-up scenario, but wouldn't be surprised if it happens, is you sign up for Netflix, but there's a $30 sign-up fee. So if you then cancel after a month, when you come back another time, you're going to have to pay that sign-up fee again. So it makes people think about, okay, do I want to have the sign-up fee again later, or do I want to just keep my subscription going for now? So it's kind of that, trying to create incentive to keep people you know, register to your service. And this is his speculation, you know, and I don't disagree with that possibility. It could happen. Okay, that's all good there. Tommy, did I break my leg again? Yes, I did. I was trying to actually we're healed now, though. Yep, we're up to 23 now. We're trying to get Cluck Norris free, and he's still there. And so I had hopped off the bridge there down to the rock there, and I thought it was close enough that I wouldn't hurt myself, and sure enough, I broke my leg. But we did get on the outside, and I moved the fence over to the next block, and Cluck Norris is still there. He started jumping though finally, and he started moving a little bit, but he still hasn't come out of his corner. As soon as he comes out of the corner, though, we're gonna close off the corner from access. In fact, we should do that over here, though. Batman, don't suppose you're going to San Diego Comic-Con this year? No. If I was going to do any other shows again, I would have gone to PAX East, and I would have gotten the next update on 7 Days to Die from the Fun Pips again. That's in Boston, and not too bad of a flight for me from Atlanta. Oh, my Atlanta. But yeah, unfortunately, no more shows for the rest of the year, so I could save up and focus on my finances. Only one trip, and that's going to see my my daughter when she graduates high school. So that's going to be in June. Still can't believe I have a daughter that's graduating high school. Oh, come on. We got a Horde night coming up. Dag nabbit. Tommy over on the Kick. Knew that counter looked higher. Hey, what can I say? Golly, so Kick is kicking Twitch's butt right now, you guys. 8 viewers to 6 viewers. Oh, 7 on Twitch. All right, all right, all right. This is a first though for me. This is the first time I've had. Wait, did I hear thunder? But yeah, this is the first for me. I haven't had more viewers on Kick than Twitch yet. So welcome everybody on Kick. For the reminder, I still don't have any alerts or anything up, so I do apologize if folks are trying to get follower alerts and stuff. I need to find a way to incorporate that into my OBS so that it picks up both Kick and YouTube as well. I haven't seen what all I could do there. Still learning. We're making it happen. Let's see, copy shape. No, rotate. So Batman, I'm still waiting on Stargate announcement. Expect to be at San Diego Comic-Con this year. God, I hope so, man. You know me, I definitely didn't want to be the skeptic, because I'm hoping they get more Stargate going as well. But yeah, just all the news and info that I had been following. You've been more up to date on it than me, so that's why I'm glad to hear that possibilities are out there. Tommy gun and the thunder rolls. Thunder rolls and the lightning strikes. Dun, dun, dun. Anytime that I would sing that around my group of friends, I freaking had this one friend in the group that was like, "Don't sing that, man." I associate that with an ex of mine, and I'm just like, oh my God, dude. I'm sorry you associate that song with an ex of yours, but I happen to really like singing it very poorly. Thank you very much. No, it was ever that ongoing thing where that was a that was a your friend doesn't care for it situation, but you do, and now what do? Do you push it, or do you let it go for the sake of your friend? It's a great song. It is. No, and to me, like, okay, I've talked about this before, but I'm a harmony melody kind of person. Like, the lyrics of a song usually don't mean anything or matter to me because it's the harmony or the melody that I prefer. And so in this particular situation for this friend, kind of the obvious scenario that's going on here is that this friend associated something in the lyrics that like he and this ex of his, I guess, I don't know, for whatever it is, it was basically the lyrics that reminded him of the ex or what he went through with the ex. I don't know. So you know, it's like, okay, well, I'm just not gonna push it. But for me, like how that song is sung and the melody and harmony that's put together for it, it just, you know, it feels like you feel it in you, and so I get it. You know, again, maybe that was the other thing for him and this person that he dated, that there's a feeling and an emotion there. That's part of it too. But yeah, he was just not having it. Damn it! I like singing badly to the song. Come on. I like singing in the shower to the song. Why must you ruin my shower singing? Wait, why is that friend in my shower telling me I can't sing the song? I don't know. Tommy Gun, sorry, but where are you feeding that chicken? Because that thing's ginormous. I know. That's Cluck Norris, though. You've seen Cluck Norris, haven't you, Tommy Gun? You've been here long enough to see him. Yeah. So we're trying to get him out of the corner. I don't know. I think at some point I need to tell the admin that lent Cluck Norris to me that Cluck Norris needs to go back home. We babysitted him long enough. Back over to Twitch. I'd happily pay MGM Plus for new Stargate. And that would be Amazon, right? Amazon bought MGM, didn't they? Yeah, I'm with you. I think the hard part now is yeah, really like what do they do? So in a similar note, and I'll get to the point of why I'm bringing it up. We were talking about the Batman the other day, right? And TQ Batman, you weren't here for this conversation, I don't think. But Matt Reeves, the Batman with Robert Pattinson, what was decently successful. And from that, what was one of the highlights was Colin Farrell's Penguin, right? And so, sorry, is he still being picky? His beak like interacts with that. We just got to basically eliminate all the blocks that he seems to be interacting with. Okay, so yeah, so the Batman 2 is being delayed until 2026. So at first I've been down with the whole James Gunn's rebooting the DCEU, and now it's going to be the DCU. Superman Legacy, technically, first live action to kind of jumpstart the whole thing. I think Creature Commandos is gonna get released first. I think, but that's like an animated thing. But it's supposed to fall within I think the structural new DCU going forward. I have to confirm that. I can't remember. But so yeah, Superman Legacy. Then after that, Peacemaker season 2, James Gunn announced is not it. Season 1 was part of the DCEU. Season 2 is going to be part of the DCU. So there is an actual continuity difference. Now, whether they acknowledge it by like maybe showing Barry Allen, the Flash, breaking timelines, and now we have the DCU, and here's the same but different approach to some of the things going on. Maybe they do something like that. I don't know. Don't worry, I'm getting to the Batman. So I was fine with the Batman being separate from the DCU, still being an Elseworld story. This is similar to the Dark Knight trilogy that Christopher Nolan did, which is a separate, isolated universe story of Batman and what Batman's going through and the grounded nature of it. Any mystical elements of like remind me again, is it the Legion of Shadows? Any mystical elements for that storyline was still mostly grounded with some real world applications, right? They didn't have they didn't have poison ivy controlling plants. They didn't have Martian Manhunter flying in from Mars or whatever, or Superman or anything like that. They basically kept Christian Bale and Christopher Nolan's version grounded. And so that's why I was fine with that being separate from like Man of Steel and stuff, and so they were leapfrogging a little bit of that. They tried Superman Returns, but that didn't go anywhere. So they did Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy, and that was successful, but didn't become an expanded universe. It had a beginning, middle, end. Okay, done. They tried Green Lantern. People didn't go for it. So then they tried Man of Steel, and from there did the whole shared universe thing, and that ultimately ended with Aquaman. I did finally finish Aquaman 2, the Lost Kingdom. It was all right. I'm not hooting and hollering about it, but I had a good time with it. So when they did the Batman, Warner Brothers was still owned by AT&T, I believe, but then they sold it to Discovery. And so they were saying, okay, the Batman was reasonably received well. And I think, let me look at Box Office Mojo. I don't think my free account tells me what the budget was. The Batman. Yeah, 2022 made $772 million. So that's pretty good. With again, like, people talking about Robert Pattinson, the guy from Twilight, and then talking, and all people complaining everything that they're going to complain about, right? People complained about it, made over $700 million worldwide. So at that point, it's successful enough to say, hey, let's keep it going. But now we're talking 2026, that they moved it to 2026. Even with James Gunn restarting the new cinematic universe, and Batman Brave and the Bold was going to be the in canon universe version of Batman, which we still don't have an actor or a cast or anything like that. But that was at least going to be a new in continuity universe with Superman and everybody version of Batman. And then they were saying, okay, so the Batman, since it was successful, is going to get a part 2 with Robert Pattinson and everything like that. So I was down with that until now they have announced that it's delayed until 2026. And now I'm at the point where I don't know if I want them to keep going with it. And I feel bad for saying that because I think they did a pretty good job. I really did enjoy Pattinson. Who was it? Was it Zoe Kravitz? Played Catwoman. But yeah, Colin Farrell. I think they finished production on the Penguin miniseries that's going to be on Max with Colin Farrell, or they're still finishing up production right now. But they're finishing up with that, and they're going to be releasing that. So one has to ask, like, okay, so this is still part of not old continuity, not DCEU, but it is a Elseworld story. How is James Gunn going to manage that? And whenever I say James Gunn, I mean him and Peter Safran, because they're both co-presidents of DC Studios, to be able to put this production together. So how are James Gunn and Peter Safran going to both explain and put together this scenario? Common household audiences, I think, are smart enough to reasonably understand that we're going to have some concurrent things going on. But at the same time, I think they just said that this next season is the last season for the current Superman TV show, which I thoroughly enjoyed most of season 1, and I really need to get back to watching the rest of that show. I think Tyler Hoechlin's great for that iteration of Superman that they were doing. Batman over on Twitch. Some of the Elseworld comics were excellent. Oh, for sure. But then when comic book readers pick up some of that stuff, for the most part, I think they all understand. You could pick up Detective Comics, and then you could pick up Batman, the comic. You could pick up a comic that says Batman and Robin. You could pick up The Dark Knight or whatever. And I think for the most part, like comic book audiences directly would understand, or if there was an explainer at the beginning of the comic, that these are things that are tied together, and these are things that are separate story, Elseworld stories, right? But mainstream audiences, in order to get that $700 million going and be a successful comic book movie these days, with the high budgets, they have to weigh out if it's that important for them. And I have to imagine they're weighing out, is mainstream audiences going to understand the differences between a movie called The Brave and the Bold, which is going to be Batman, Damian Wayne kind of storyline, that's going to be different from The Batman Part 2 with Robert Pattinson, and that these are not tied together. I think I told before, like, a couple people that I know didn't realize, like, that the movie The Joker with Joaquin Phoenix was a adaptation or inspired by a story of Joker from Batman. and that they were going with a version of or Elseworld story of the Joker. Like, they didn't piece together that he went and saw young Bruce Wayne at Wayne Manor through the fence line there. like that didn't click. And these two friends don't know each other either, and these are just basic movie going people. They don't know anything really about comic books. They haven't watched all the MCU movies or Batman v Superman, things like that. Over on Twitch, Mr. Gaming Lord, how you doing? Good to see you. How you been? Let's see. Batman. There's a thing, in quotes, on YouTube. Search Batman 1889 and be amazed. 1889? Mr. Gaming Lord, currently sick, but still upright. Hey, that's the way we try to work it, right? How have you been? Well, as per usual, I'm starting to feel a lot better, and then all the rest of you jokers are... see, Joker. Are not feeling well or something. As per usual. Then all you guys are going to get healthy again, and I'm going to get sick again. So Batman, yes, 1889, no typo this time. Okay, let me set up something on a tab, and I'll give it a go later. Gotham 1889 season 1 full movie. Glad I'm feeling better. Oh, thanks. Yeah, me too. Yeah, sick and tired of being sick and tired, that's for sure. Yeah, speaking of, I'm so behind on so many TV shows. And while I got you guys here, another brief reminder, this... why did my phone do that? Another brief reminder that this Friday is my subathon weekend. And I'll be starting at 3 p.m. or 1,500 hours. 1,500 hours on March 15th. So save up your Twitch subs for that day if you guys want to help support the channel. Every sub will give another 15 minutes to the clock of how long I stream. I'm currently going to be streaming 15 hours before any of those subs kick in. So we're going, subathon, we start with 12 hours, but usually you tack on more from there, from what I've seen other subathons do. And we owed 3 hours from the last subathon. And as a reminder, same thing with my body this time. If I can't keep going, I'll lay down, go to sleep, and then we'll get up and start. We'll continue the subathon, but I should be able to, I think, reasonably get through it. But yeah, so that starts Friday, and we'll go into Saturday morning, Friday afternoon, go into Saturday morning per general schedule. General schedule. There'll be a couple different giveaways, and again, I am still kind of trying to finalize what I could do for giveaways that weekend. And after we're done with the subathon portion for the weekend, if we wrap up at about, what would that be, about 6 a.m., if we get no subs during that time, no worries. I want you guys to save your pennies if you can't chip in. But yeah, if we don't get any additional, we'll finish at 6 a.m. What I'll do then is I'll go to sleep, and then whatever time I wake up on Saturday afternoon, I will then go live again, and we'll continue the celebration weekend because it is my 6-year anniversary this coming weekend of streaming. Batman just started season 2 of Person of Interest. It's picking up quite well now. Nice. I think I remember you said it was starting off rough, but you say it's getting better. Also, the Saturday afternoon, maybe some of Friday night, I might do a split of Valheim and 7 Days to Die, just to stick with that. But then Saturday night stream, we'll start with Valheim, and depending on my energy levels, we'll then switch over to 7 Days to Die. I think between both those nights of streaming, I think we could have a lot of fun with that. For those that missed it last night, spoilers. I took down Motor, the fourth boss in Valheim, and so next boss would be Yagluth. I think it's day 182. I defeated Motor, which is 18 days ahead of schedule for the self-imposed challenge of when to defeat the bosses. I have till day 250 to get Yagluth, and then after that, day 300 to get the Queen. So I'm ahead of schedule, and I think I want to try to get Yagluth down as soon as possible too, so that I can have as many tries and attempts on the Queen as possible. If we make it that far without Ashlands dropping the next expansion of Valheim, if we make it that far, then I will move on to doing the Hildir quests, which opens up like the next stage of difficulty when you start defeating these dungeons and getting Hildir's items. You start unlocking new base raids, new creatures in the world. By then, I think we would have the base upgraded so that there's a little bit more defense systems, not just a wood wall, but I'll probably move into stone walls or something to that effect, where we have a little bit stronger structure. If we get attacked by stuff that's in the air, I'll want to try to have some sort of preparation for that. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But this is all a maybe or what if scenario if we get that far before Ashlands drops. If Ashlands drops, then I'll start up a fresh new world that may or may not be a shared server for me, Philo, and Thea. And we are discussing one of the themes or one of the parameters of this new shared server the three of us will play on. That I'm gonna get a checklist going. If they're down with it being part of the stream stuff, then we'll have that as a shared. If not, I'll separate again. I'll do a solo game, and I'll keep what I play with them separate on our days that we all game together. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. So Batman, you mentioned it as I could see a lot of similarities with Batman. Oh, sorry, is that Person of Interest or is that Gotham series on YouTube? All right, Tommy Gunn over on Kick. So happy, dude. My PC will be here Friday. Nice. Oh, just in time for some weekend gaming yourself there. Batman, Person of Interest. Okay, right on. Like the detective aspects of it, I'm guessing. I definitely like. I'd like to see more and more of Batman being a detective and solving things. Although, again, like I still harken back to Ben Affleck's Batman kicking those guys' asses in that warehouse in Batman v Superman. You know, my basic frustration of doing that movie before any kind of solo Batman movie aside, and the crushed together storylines that were all in Batman v Superman aside, I like the I like that aspect of seeing Batman just clocks and fools, especially as rough as he was with everybody. But I think I do harken back to wanting more Detective Batman, which we got out of the Batman with Robert Pattinson. I think we got some of that. So I'd like some more of the Detective Batman. I liked the Oscars moment with Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger. If you guys hadn't seen, basically, we mostly know Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger for twins, and then they tried doing a follow-up movie that was a different character's different story or whatever, but they tried doing another story after that, and it didn't quite catch everybody like twins did. But yeah, they're up on the stage and they're saying they're both up there. They share a common thing, and they both were defeated by Batman. And then Danny DeVito's like, "Wait, there he is, right there in the audience." And the camera goes to Michael Keaton, and Michael Keaton, without a beat, is just looking up at them like Bruce Wayne, staring them down. And just that look that Michael Keaton could do. Holy shit. Mr. Mom as Batman? And then there was one point where he did at least move, and he went, "Come on." Yeah, so that was a fun moment. I kind of seeing that, but Danny DeVito acknowledging I was the Penguin in Batman Returns, and even though it was George Clooney, that was Batman. Arnold Schwarzenegger saying he was Mr. Freeze in Batman and Robin, and so it's kind of like geeky, nerdy moment come true where it's like the actors still after all these years kind of they do remember their specific movies that they were in. I don't know what it was, but something about that made me happy to see them do that. But man, yeah, Keaton. I don't know if they'll ever do a Batman Beyond movie, especially with what we were just talking about with the Batman and then the Brave and the Bold and Elseworld stories and in continuity DC Universe stories. I don't know how all that will go, but if they were ever to do Batman Beyond, I think he's still got a good 5 years right now where Michael Keaton could still play Bruce Wayne in a Batman Beyond live action, and get somebody good to play Terry McGinnis, and nice up and coming 22, 23-year-old that I think would make a great Terry McGinnis, and then yeah, dude, do a freaking Elseworlds Batman Beyond movie. But I think you need to give a little bit of distance from the Flash, which I still enjoyed. You know, weird rubber babies aside, rubber CGI babies aside. I still enjoyed the Flash, but yeah, I think if you could work it just right, you could still get Michael Keaton in as Bruce Wayne one more time at least, and do the whole Batman Beyond storyline. I don't know how many people would really go to it, but I don't think James Gunn and Peter Safran would take that bold of a chance until they get everything else kind of firmly placed when it comes to the DCU that they're trying to do. Mr. Freeze explains the nipples on the bat suits. It was cold, right? Yeah, gotta love it. Let's see, over on YouTube, I got my 9 milli. How you doing? Welcome to the chat. Yeah. Yeah, Keaton could pull it off. I'm curious to see what Beetlejuice 2 is going to be like. Or Beetlejuice, as they're calling it. Get it? Because you say it twice. Beetlejuice 2. Was it Jenna Ortega is going to be in it? I'm loving everything Jenna Ortega's in lately, so I'm saying bring it on. I can't wait till a season 2 of Wednesday. It's funny because like Wednesday, somehow like the whole plot itself, no spoilers obviously, you guys don't spoil it for anybody, but the plot itself was kind of a nothing burger in a way, you know that expression. The plot itself could have been planned out a little bit better as far as like a mystery goes, but what really sold, I think, Wednesday was the characters and how they're acted and how they interacted with one another. I would have kind of kicked up the maturity rating of it a little bit. I would have made it a little bit more violent. But I understand, like, the thematically, you know, even though we're talking about the Addams Family universe of things, they were always creepy and kooky, but they weren't bloody and gory, you know. But I would have taken it to that next level, in which case I would have played Jenna Ortega as her actual age, and like 19 or 20 or something like that, and talked about like a college boarding, kind of like a Harry Potter for college kind of thing, where you're in that kind of environment and scenario, and then of course taking that mystery of something going on to that next level too. You get somebody that's really good at mystery writing and planning the clues throughout the episodes and season, and come to head on the solving the mystery of what's going on. You know, I think ultimately that mystery just kind of fluffed out, or fizzled out. That's a better way to put it. I think that ultimately fizzled out, so it didn't really work for me. But yeah, I think Wednesday season 2 will be nice. But yeah, so back to Beetlejuice 2. I think it's gonna be interesting to see what Keaton does with that kind of character after all these years. Part of me kind of feels like it could be his chance to get a little goofy and wacky again, which is what he initially got known for, you know? He was doing, even when he did semi-serious stuff in the 80s, and not just Mr. Mom, you know. Gosh, what was it? Gung Ho. Oh god, what was the one where he was a mortician, I think? Night Shift? I think so. Real quick, back to Twitch. Batman, now that I know the characters in Wednesday, they could go a little deeper, scarier in the storylines. Now that we know, sorry. Yeah, I think they should. I think they probably hesitated on some of that, and they probably thought they should lighten it up a little bit. I definitely think they should go a little bit more risque with it. But oh well, you know, I never did watch. Is it The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina? Anybody here watch that? And what'd you guys think about it? Without spoilers again, obviously. Or did I? Oh, no. I didn't see The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. I saw a, I saw something on the Corn on the Cob website. With, what's her name? Yeah. Anyways, moving on. Is this thing live? Shit. Now, Chloe Cherry, that's the gal. I think she did she do a season of with Zendaya, that one show? Can't remember. But that's another show I wanted to check out. Euphoria was Zendaya. People were telling me that's really good. Another ad break. Oh man, I keep missing these, taking these breaks. See what happens when I don't have caffeine and then I have caffeine? Which means my ass is gonna crash hard soon. And again, for those on Kick and YouTube, that's just an ad break on Twitch that I'm commenting on. Oh, but we are at the end. The only thing I got left is a bunch of marshmallows in here. Which I asked them not to put in there. Casey, how you doing? Only 23 leg breaks so far? Only 23. But I do have 11 leg sprains. No fall deaths. We have not fallen to our death. We have one other death, though. I was mauled to death by a mountain lion on the first day working on the bridge outside. So I counted that as part of the build. Yeah, checking the email real quick. Oh, that is wonderful, wonderful news that I just read in an email, and that, not to be vague, but I can't tell you guys what I read. Okay. Concerns the health of somebody that I'm, of course, hope someone's getting what they need and whatnot. But yeah, so Casey, what's been new? What's happening on your end? All right, so it's 14:08 hours. Let's see if we can finish up this stack of concrete. We got a horde night coming up. There is 4 of us on the server. I'm just gonna go to the fort in the game, and if I team up with people, if I don't team up with people, I'm just gonna fight the zombies that way, and then we'll come back to working on this. Again, we're going to 11 p.m. tonight. Right now it's 8:46 p.m. my time, Atlanta, Georgia, Eastern time. adjust your clocks accordingly. Oh, I just realized something too. It's no longer EST, it's EDT. It's daylight time until we ever get away from that here in the United States. So when I don't think anybody really cares, but I care. But I gotta change that over on my go live announcements. I copy and paste over from a template on some of that and change whatever I need to. See, not much. Just been working. Got dragged back to World of Warcraft by family. Was just trolling around and saw you streaming. If you could stop by while eating dinner. Nice. Good to have you here. Yeah, I dropped World of Warcraft again. A buddy of mine had paid for 6 months worth of time for me on it. But he understands, like, it wasn't working out for me. The hard part for me is the time sink. But well, sorry, two things was hard for me. One is the time sink, knowing that it's still enjoyable enough for me that I know that I would be putting in more time in it. But part of what was getting the more time aspect for me was the fact that the desire for nostalgia, what I had back in 2004 when I first played the game, up to the Burning Crusade and whatnot, like as we started getting into those first expansions, is never going to be replicated again. And so if I'm on the hunt for the white whale, so to speak, in that aspect, I'm not going to find it. Hold on. Okay, so I just joined a team without asking, but I've been on this group's team before for Horde Nights. Okay. I'm just telling them I just wanting to get the Horde Night over with so I can get back to building. Real quick, Batman over on Twitch. We get BST next weekend. Can't wait. BST? British Standard Time? You guys don't go to like daylight time, right? For the summer? British summertime? Oh, see, I said for us, S is standard. So we just left standard and moved into daylight. Yeah. Again, I just hope here in the United States we just do away with the whole daylight saving time and keep it the same. But again, I still maintain I don't understand how I'm constantly reading people in my timelines or my Facebook friends or whatever who are every 6 months they're complaining about daylight saving time messing them up. I don't get it. I don't get how it messes people up. And Casey on Twitch talking about the nostalgia factor. You don't get the you get the nostalgia factor. Yeah, it's searching for that feeling that I had when I very first played World of Warcraft, and the only way I would have replicated that is if I got into WoW Classic when it very first came out. I think had I known that WoW Classic was going to be what it was, and in the time of my life, if I had the free time to do it, I would have been in on it at the get-go, day one. And not on Asben Gold server, so I didn't have to fight the queue of everybody joining. I know all the servers had large queues, but but I was watching his old video on that playing WoW Classic. Oh my god. But yeah, so had I played WoW Classic when it first came out, I would have done WoW Classic. But now that they're getting ready to go from Wrath of the Lich King um, to Cataclysm, it makes no sense to me that I think WoW Classic, the whole point of WoW Classic, in my opinion, is to do everything before Cataclysm, right? Before all those changes. And at this point, I just, even if there are servers that were going to play vanilla before Burning Crusade, if Blizzard decide to do that, I'm probably not going to do it. Batman, seasonal adjustment disorder is a very real thing. It's exacerbated by time change twice a year. I mean, I don't doubt it's a real thing. It's just that I don't comprehend it. You know, like I don't comprehend how that affects. So sorry, I mean it in that way. It to me doesn't affect. So I can't relate to that. Oh, is that it? Okay, so there we go. We finished the next batch of concrete notepad. Ooh. All right, that's 52,000 blocks and counting. I thought we would get through more of these by now. But I wanted to use up that concrete so we can put my ammunition and everything in for Horde Night. Sit down here. Oh, I did leave ammo here. Rock on. And there was 9mm. Gosh darn, all the way the heck. Okay. Oh, I have no room for medical supplies. Let's do this then. Okay. Now it's getting a little bit easier for me to do these Horde nights and not worry as much as before about some of the basic stuff. Especially with a group like this, we should be fine. Should. Yep, let's make sure we're fed. And I should have... Yep, belt gun. You know what? Let's take the rocket launcher as well. Why not? We're gonna leave the nail gun, get that back. So let's forfeit one stack of 7.62 in favor of rocket ammo. Rocket. Batman, it's getting to 1 a.m. Need my sleep. Thanks for chatting. See you soon. All right, Batman. Take care, man. Good catching up with you. Hope you get some good rest. We'll catch you on the flip side, all right? Let's see, Casey, with Classic, there is option to play older X packs only. They are continuing because some people like me love the challenge of leveling and gearing up for endgame. Oh, interesting. Okay. So yeah, how does that work then? Is it you have to go to a specific server to play only vanilla, not Burning Crusade, or play up to Burning Crusade or something like that? Yeah, because I kind of figure, and it's understandable that in the end there has to be enough interest to put the resources into running a server that has the version of what people are wanting to play, right? That version of the game. Okay, time is it? 17:46. Give me 3 minutes, you guys. I gotta run to the restroom. I should be able to make it back in time for Horde Night, so I'll be right back.
Norris.
Boom. Not Brittany, but Greg Scott Bailey. Oh, no. The restart. The server restart. So it used to be at what do you call it? 8:15 p.m. But daylight saving time, the server now does it at 9:15 p.m. Spring forward. So it's back to 12 noon. The server detected there was going to be a conflict of Horde Night starting. All right. So we still got like 25 minutes. So it ended up being a good time for me to take a break and whatnot. All right. Pluck Norris, you're still stuck there, man. And of course, I can't push you out. What else could you possibly be hung up on? All right, so yeah, about another 20-25 minutes till Horde Night. But that should fit within our time, I think, time frame before next break. Maybe. Oh. Where'd that block place? Rotation? Yeah. All right, Cluck Norris, we're giving you a lot of leeway here, buddy. You got to work with us on this. Cluck Norris. We. Oh, that's where that got placed. Interesting. The extra lengths I'm going to for this. Hope you're happy, Cluck Norris. Hope you're happy. Try to get you unstuck. Oops. Oops. All right. You got like all the space in the world now to get out of there. Is this corner really holding you there? Is that what's up? Man, I tell you what. I'll tell you what. Oh, dang it, Bobby. Rotation. Uh, yeah, he's still affecting blocks this far out. Man, how big is his hitbox? I don't know. I mean, there's probably a quicker way, but we promised we would take care of him. Yeah, it's like, I don't know if that makes a difference. Again, I wonder how the heck he got himself stuck in there in the first place. And it's the second time. Last time it happened, I should have blocked off that corner. Because the naughty chicken. Sorry, it reminds me of Life of Brian. He is not the Messiah. He is a very naughty, naughty boy. Or something like that. What sucks is earlier we got Cluck Norris to kind of like jump and wiggle, move forward a little bit. I mean, do I seriously have to? Oh, we're out of space. The final frontier. There. Oh, and we're at max. Well, that's fine. I'm sorry. Well, would you move? All right. Well, at least he doesn't try to attack us when I do that. Good grief. But that was part of how he was getting hurt before. Dorster was also hitting him while trying to dig. Oh, there we go. So now he wants to. Now he wants to go out there. It's only a flesh wound, yeah. Was that 200 and some odd points of damage. Let's see if just backing away from him, he'll path differently. 5 minutes to server restart. We'll just chat through the server restart. It only takes a couple minutes to do. For those unaware, every 6 hours the server restarts, clears out some cache, some stored up data and info and stuff like that. There we go. So it helps the server basically kind of freshen up, clears out any undesirables that it's holding on to. If you know what I mean. Okay, there we go. Don't you do it. Okay. Or... Oh, come on. Or... Just in time. Server reset. Okay. And we put the nail gun away. Yeah, I do a daily restart on my Arc server. Runs so much smoother afterwards. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. You know, like when you start understanding like how these servers are trying to keep track of so many different things in the game. And, you know, if a chunk resets are one thing, you know, where the game automatically does stuff. But yeah, if you could do something where it resets and my guess is, you know, that it clears. I call it the cache, you know, just like we do for our browsers or whatever. But yeah, it's like if it could clear out stuff it's holding in memory and doesn't need it anymore, then, you know, it makes sense to do it once in a while. And every 6 hours, I think, is reasonable. When this server's really populated, like it can get up to 30 to 40 people on its busiest times. But when it gets to that point, sometimes, you know, a kick is needed, as they call it, where they have to manually restart it as well. And it's unfortunate, but it's understandable in these scenarios. Until all this stuff continues to evolve and get better, we have to kind of deal with stuff like that. Did I finish that side? 2 minutes until restart. Where is dashboard? Okay. Group splitting up. That's because of the server restart. Okay, so now that we've pulled that fence in there, he won't get stuck anymore. And 454854 is the current number. Likely he might have his hit points reset by the time we get back. Yeah. Okay, let's let the server kick us out. And also, for those unaware, they have a Discord for the server that has a channel where you can watch the server status, and it'll tell you when this is the server's restarting. This is server's offline. Server's back online. It'll do that whole deal for us. Yeah, part of me kind of itches for PvP again, but I think similar to our discussion about World of Warcraft, I have a feeling I won't be able to replicate the the PvP I got to experience like 3 years ago. That was really nice. Again, with FT Magic server, I had a good time on that. But there was some reasonable parlays on there where people didn't really come after me at a certain point, and I could do stuff. Now I wasn't streaming a lot of it, and then what I would do is until I got really established on the server, leveled up, had a base, had defenses and stuff like that. Then I would stream it, and then I would stream with like a minute or two delay to kind of help with stream sniping. And I don't think I ever really got stream sniped by anybody specifically. Once two of the common players found out I was streaming, they did do it once, and it was all in good fun kind of moment, so I wasn't too worried about it. But it was still like a couple minute delay, so they knew I was roughly somewhere, but they had to then switch over to just like, okay, if he's at this building, where in this building is he at this point, this station, this stage of the game, or quest or whatever I was doing. So yeah, so it was always interesting to kind of see that being played out. It helped me kind of understand if somebody were to stream snipe me on a PvP game, what other things I would have to do to be more prepared. And again, it was a chance for me to play offline on a server and do things as secretly or behind the scenes as possible to be able to then stream a little bit later on that server. If I felt that I could get full, how do I put it? If I felt like I could get away with it, I would probably go back to PvP and streaming it, and almost kind of challenge people to come get me. But at the same time, I would just have to get better at setting up defenses and setting up parameters, and I still have an idea of something I would want to do in my mind, but it all depends again on the PvP server, the server's rules, and things that are set up. Okay, server's back online. Because it's not enjoyable to me if someone's able to just constantly kick my ass. People that are really good at PvP games and stuff. I commend them for the ability to get good, but at the same time, or at a certain point, it's just not enjoyable if I'm just constantly getting my ass handed to me. Not satisfying to die all the time. Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, to a certain extent, there's something to be said about getting better at a game. Sorry, speaking of game, I play in windowed mode because I'm on a ultra wide monitor, and there we go. The screen was offset. I think I grabbed something wrong. Speaking of which, but yeah, that's exactly it. It's just like if I'm constantly just getting my butt kicked, then why keep playing? Really, it's not fun, not enjoyable. And for those that it's a challenge to get better in those situations, then it will be fun, right? Yeah. So there's Cluck Norris. There he is. 454-854. All the health points are back. Oh, there's our invite back to the party. Again, for anybody just joining us, we are going to do a Horde Night here. Horde Night is 15 minutes. We're on a standard time public server. I'm joining some random folks that I have teamed up with before that are currently playing, and we'll get the Horde Night over with, and we're going to come back and work on more stuff here on the build. Haven't done any work on the shoulders up here, but let's at least go up to look at them. It's a catch-22. Get really good and you get bored. Die constantly. Don't enjoy playing. Stop that way. Yeah. Exactly, right? Yeah, it's just, you know. And as long as in the end you don't get good at something and then be the asshole to everybody. Went too high. 13, 12, 11. You know, I talk about that with Overwatch. These people that get really good at the game, and good for them for getting really good at the game. But then what the hell are you doing in like quick play? You know, it's like you've gotten really good at the game, so why are you in this quick play environment where people that aren't very good are horribly matched horribly, the poor matching system that Overwatch has when it comes to quick play. Damn it. You know, you're matched with these random people that are way below your level, and you're kicking their butt, and they're not having fun. They're getting angry, you know, and then instead of having some humble or humility about it, you know, or being understanding about people not having a good time, you have to be that dick that's got to rub it in their faces and tell them get good, or you know, cry about it, or you know, whatever people do in gaming where people give other people shit. You know, it's like how is that fun? How's that enjoyable? How's that a challenge? You've gotten yourself to a higher level of gameplay, and yet you're going where lower level people are. So in my opinion, you know, at that point, you know, you haven't gotten good. You've gotten good enough, and then you're not pushing that challenge anymore. And you're being a dick to people. So now that it's not about a video game, it's about you being a dominant personality over other people. You know. So that's just yeah, it's just ridiculous. You know, makes no sense to me to get really good at a game and then be that kind of person to others. Um, and on top of that, getting really good at a game and seeing that people are having a hard time against you, you've made that accomplishment, but they have not, and they're struggling. And I use the example of somebody is having like a really bad moment. They're down on the ground, they're in pain, they're in agony. Um, and you're the person that, instead of going over and reaching a hand out and helping them up, you're the person that goes over and kicks them in the ribs. You know, like that's the person you want to be. Yeah, I'd rather not play the video game, and it still it still has me questioning why I why do I want to keep playing competitive team versus team games like Overwatch, when that's what my 9 out of 10 times experience playing the game is all about, is dealing with assholes like that. Casey on Twitch, exactly. They got good enough they could bully the lower player and lower end players, but not good enough to play the next level. Exactly, right? Like I do like some of the competitive nature of when you're very obviously playing people at your level, and there's a couple people that are just a notch above, maybe a couple people that are just a notch below, but you're all within that bubble, you know, of that range. The competitive nature in me likes that aspect of doing that and whatnot. See if I can get a win or a loss, you know, whatever. But yeah, the extremely well out of my league. Like I think of the opposite too. I've been dissatisfied because somehow matchmaking had put my team like, up against a team full of people that couldn't coordinate and were steamrolling them. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable. It's, they're giving up. Someone leaves the game after the half the game's over with, so the match won't cancel at that point. And so we're just sitting here like, okay, I could be playing another comp game right now instead of this. You know, why don't the rest of you leave so we could just end the game and we can get the W and move on. And I can slightly move up the meter in my rank. But no, people gotta, you know, make it worse for everybody else. But at the same time, that's what I'm talking about, like some of that matchmaking, and it's unfortunate. I'll have a game. Wrecking Ball is, I think, my favorite character to play in Overwatch now. I definitely enjoy playing Wrecking Ball the most in Overwatch. And I think that's part of why I go back to Overwatch these days, even though I consistently have these issues with the game. And something else I'm not going to mention about Blizzard and the game. I really want to talk about it though. um, I won't talk about it. Sorry to bring it up then at all. I really enjoy playing Wrecking Ball. Wreck It Ball. Is that like Wreck It Ralph? Let's go over to Fort. I really enjoy playing Wrecking Ball, and here's the thing. There's a lot of new counters to Wrecking Ball in the game. Cassidy's stuck bomb now will keep you from rolling. And they put more objects on the ground in the maps, so you can't free roll everywhere now. You can't get momentum going everywhere now. It's very frustrating to me. But there is an enjoyable factor about learning how to be that character and rolling around in a ball. And real quick over on Kick, that is a no. You're being timed out. Read the rules. So I've enjoyed getting really good at playing Wrecking Ball. And I'll have a couple of matches where I'm dominating, I'll have 20, 25, 30 kills sometimes, and high damage and everything like that. I'm just getting crazy with it, and the other team just has a hard time. They'll get a Sombra, they'll get a Mei, they'll switch to Doomfist, and I'm still able to get out of their counters and their breaks, when I'm trying to roll around and do stuff. So I've been able to pull that off. I'll have a match where I'm just completely dominating like that. And then the next match, I'll still try to play Wrecking Ball, and I'll just get obliterated. Like, I will get 1 to 2 kills, and I have to switch, or my team will get mad at me and tell me to switch, which then I get Marty McFly on them. So when they get mad at me and they're like, "Get off ball," I'm like, "Excuse me? You want to reapproach asking me that?" Instead of having a conversation and talking tactics and working together, the only conversation you're going to put in team chat is to yell at me. I will not get off Wrecking Ball. And I'll stay on them. And I'll have like one of the worst matches of my life. But the previous couple matches, I have some of the best matches of my life. And so it's one of the matchmaking differences and the comparisons that I'm trying to bring up there is the fact that you can have like this character that you play in these games where you're just doing so well for at least a couple matches that it makes sense to stick with it, if you enjoy it and you're doing well. So you try it again on the next match and it doesn't do well. Oh well. Now again, I'm a reasonable person as tank. I don't mind switching out to another tank if it's a best of 3 different maps kind of playthrough. Then if I go through the whole first map and I'm staying as Wrecking Ball, but it is absolutely not working, then I'll tell team, hey, look, okay, I'm gonna switch. What tank do you guys need? What do you prefer? And I will work with the team that way. But yeah, so as soon as somebody on my team, and the worst thing you could do is in open chat where the other team can read it, where you put something negative about my gameplay, I will not switch off that character out of spite. I will keep from switching out, and it's one of those scenarios where I'm just kind of like, look, you're gonna be an asshole to me, instead of, again, all somebody has to do is like say, hey, I don't think tank's working out, or I don't think wrecking ball's working out. Would you be willing to try up a different tank? There's a better way to approach it, you know. Casey, toxic players are why I still won't play League of Legends. Yep, and you love that game. Oh man, see, yeah, that's when it hits hard, when you love the game. Oh, real quick, you guys, let's get our numbers. 253-771, and I have 6151 zombie kills. 6151. All right, there's our numbers. I figure I'll just type it this time. So numbers is me keeping track of what I had before Horde Night, and then afterwards we do the comparison. Currently, since we're still building up Kick and YouTube, I didn't write them down in chat there, but I wrote them down in Twitch. That's where we got our current batch of players of chatters. All right, let's make sure everything is reloaded. After Horde Night, I am going to go and restock my stack of armor-piercing rounds that I have for the sniper rifle. I've only got a total of 46 rounds, 12 per clip. So, 22, 10, and then 10 left over. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Other player trying to AFK these. I say they will break through that eventually. I don't have enough sniper rounds. We can switch to regular 7.62 if we need to. Yeah, I should be saving the nice. Yeah, I should technically save the sniper shots. Did I reload the sniper rifle? I did not. That way it's ready to go. Alright, that's glitched out. Alright, get those kill shots if we can. Vulture somewhere. Alright. Somebody must have got it. I don't hear it anymore. No demos so far. Little spray and pray down there. Breaker. Or Night with Greg Scott Bailey. Indeed. Yep. We're going to try to get this one over with, too, so we can go back to building. Yeah, I'm not really feeling the, not really feeling the shoulder work on the build tonight, so we'll continue to upgrade the blocks on the floors instead, at least for now. Don't jinx yourself? Yeah. I have a habit of doing that, don't I? You got it? This. I don't need rocket launchers. Oh, I didn't take learning elixir. We'll just do one. I can't wait to see in Alpha 22 if we get, like when we look at other players, if we get much more of a dynamic aiming and movement and crouch and everything like that. Perhaps we might. Nice. KSD, yeah, next alpha has some nice graphic updates. Might play again. Haven't played since yeah, so it's definitely gonna be nice to have oops. What do you call it? Character creation update, and I know a lot of people. Okay. I know a lot of people are poo-pooing on it because they feel since it's a first-person game, you don't see your character a lot. But a lot of us play on servers, I think, and a lot of us see each other, and that character creation is enjoyable for us. And then you see your character in vehicle, you see your character in the loadout screen, in the what do you call it? But yeah, I mean, it's just like, to me, we have a lot of opportunities to see our character. So, so much so that when we see the old school version, they've been pretty ho-hum, right? Little bit of graphic update, detail to it, but it's like polishing a turd, so to speak. So that's why I've definitely been down with the upgrading our character creation, character generation ability in the game. And again, leading to better animation and interactivity. We've seen the whole stealth crawl look as far as what the Fun Pimps have shared with us on that demo reel, but yeah, I definitely would like to see now what it looks like when they jump. So seeing other people is common, right? Yeah. Oh, sorry. And yeah, after playing Ark on server, I don't find as much fun for survival games like this by myself. So much farming, right? Yeah, I think that's definitely what made Icarus more enjoyable. Is I definitely enjoyed teaming up with other players on that on Icarus. I'm still here or there with 7 Days to Die. I like solo gameplay, and I like team up. I'm gonna say 120 zombie kills at the rate this is going. I think that'll be my net positive. Take care, Casey. Thanks for stopping by and chit-chat, man. Piece of cake, right? For the most part. That's... Shotgun ammo is one thing we've kind of got in excess here, so I've been fine with switching over to shotgun mostly for these fights. There's another level. It's Soulfinger by the Barcades. Just see this random leg just Am I hitting the actual bars? Is that what's going on? That was weird. Silly birds. Oh. Book our SMG. There's the morning chime. Clear out the rest here. 16 rounds left of oh, come on now. I hope they didn't want screamers, because killed one. Say we'll happily take some ammo. I say somebody got up to level 48 there, one of the newer players. Oh, goodness me. Alright, not too bad of a horde night. Alright, so numbers. Been after 1 minute. Alright, so we started out 253. We gained 6 levels, 259. That's actually pretty good. Game stage, we started out at 771. We went up to 18 stages, 789. Zombie kills started at 6151, 6380. Hey Siri, what is 6,380 minus 6,151?
6,380 minus
Wow.
6,151 is 229.
229, that's 109 more than I said I would do. Hey Siri, thank you for your help. Good times. Oh, all right, back to work. Pluck Norse, you keep this place safe for me? What a pal. Oh, I never used the rock. Or I didn't use any of the rockets. That's all right. Rockets are obnoxious. Who would in their right mind would ever use those? Silly things. Oh, we wanted to get some more armor-piercing rounds, though. Okay, medical's taken care of. Let's stock food. Let's go home. There we go. Okay, so there we go. We got a full stack of of sniper rounds after we use up what we have in the clip. / return, head back to home base. Or back to ThunderCats Lair. Oh, goodness me. Alright, we ready to get back to it? Okay, let's fill in those gaps. Seven, 8, 9, 10. We want our nail gun back. Nailed it. Belt gun, we'll put away. Paintbrush, since we have have been painting some things. I think that's the basics of it.
You can do it!
Freaker. Thanks, buddy. You could do it, Ozzy. Bite his freaking head off. All aboard! Ha 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 ha! Dun 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 dun. I. Dun 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 dun. Brown, 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 brown. Crazy, but that's how it goes. Millions of people living as foes. Yeah, sure, why not? Maybe it's not too late. Learn how to love and forget how to hate. Oh, God darn it. It would I say a half an hour after I'd be done with my drink. It's been like an hour, but sure enough, I'm starting to yawn now that I'm not drinking my caffeinated beverage. That reminds me of the Puddles Pity Party version. I don't know if that's the name of the... There was a lounge singer that I think they said lived next door to Ozzy Osbourne that did like a lounge version of it. Is that the same thing we're thinking about? Oh man, it's gonna bug me if I don't look it up now. Oh, Pat Boone. Pat Boone's the one I'm thinking of. All right, you guys can't hear it. Sorry, I know I'm laughing. You guys can't even hear what I'm listening to. But again, it's the Pat Boone version. But I'll look up yours, Freaker, here in a minute. Going off the rails on the crazy train. I wish I was a better singer. Posted a non-spoiler. I appreciate it. He was on AGT. What's that? America's Got Talent? America's Got Talent? Okay. Actually figured out an acronym. Yay. I've got 18 points to spend. I think we're on agility, whirlwind, run and gun, light armor, not parkour. Because again, we're doing the whole, try to build this thing and avoid breaking our leg and all that stuff kind of thing by avoid breaking leg by on our own, not with the stats. So yeah, so no parkour, no what do you call it, impact racing mod and your armor, no 5,000 Dukes book. Okay, so Discord. Copy link. Okay. I'm going to take my top of the hour break and I'm going to listen to this and we'll be right back.
Cheers!
Okay, I'm back. Thanks for waiting, everybody. Sorry, I had to work on a email for work as well. All right, let's get back to it. Freaker, thanks for that. Thanks for that. Yeah, I mean that gave me a chance to listen to the whole thing. That was pretty good. It's got a pretty good voice. I like the little nod to Frozen there at the end. Pretty cool. So appreciate the recommendation. Yeah, oh yeah, just let me double check. But if that is the case, and I don't have to wake up at 5 in the morning, I think yeah. Okay, so that moved my meeting to Thursday. Yep, don't have to be up at 5 a.m. Okay. Yay. Sorry about that, you guys. Again, daytime job comes first, so always got to make sure that I'm not going too overboard. Oh my goodness. Friendly reminder too, next week, Ghostbusters Frozen Empire is coming out. I'm going to the Thursday preview day of the movie here in Atlanta. A reply to your reply. What's that? Not sure what that means. Boom. But yeah, so Ghostbusters Frozen Empire next week. Trailers have been a mixed bag for people. I think not everybody's kind of really like hyped up for this. I'm looking forward to it though. The work email. Oh, I mean, yeah, in a way. Like, it's kind of one of those, are we on schedule for this thing that's supposed to be tomorrow and it got moved? So there we go. Yeah. Gotta love it. Oh, I was like, what's visually moving with me? It's the land claim sprite showing through the ground there. Yeah, it looks like an airdrop dropped near here recently. We'll go get that here in a moment. I take it back. Somebody just picked it up. Well. Somebody once told me the world is gonna I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. Wow. 5 people on the server now. Well, Grand Central Station here. I slightly tease. Again, I don't expect too much out of the tail end of the current server being over 2,000 days and whatnot. When the server does wipe and restart, we'll probably get an average of 20 to 30 for a little while, which is nice. There's something kind of nice about a high population server. You always know that there are people on and activity going on. The downsides are your overlapping quests, and sometimes people are like, for whatever reason, everybody starts off in the town that they spawn near and stays there. So if the game keeps spawning new players near that particular town, then you got 10 or 12 people fighting over the same gas station or a first level house or whatever that's near the trader. That's why, for the most part, I try to pick a roundabout, out of the way place that I think is out of the way and do that instead. You know, try to find a trader nearby still, but try to do one that's out where I don't think that new players are going to play. Again, with me being a donor to the server and having 3 home teleports, I could find my trader that I want to do things at, but my base could be elsewhere, and just set up my second home teleport at the trader's front door. Out of the way equals bum F in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, bum F Egypt. It's true. Yeah, the hindsight, but not a big deal. Up here in the northwest corner-ish. Over here. Would have been great to kind of build around this waterfront here. We found out that there is, in fact, people that have built up there since finding out about it. But yeah, I think ideally it would have been cool to join them and kind of doing something around this inlet. And this island here's got something on it too. But at the same time, it's that it would be neat, but not needed or necessary. Just an idea that it would be kind of cool. Now we have like situations where I have my build group that I specifically am okay sharing a base with or sharing resources with all the time, free access to my base and everything. And then the other side of the coin, where if I get to know people on the server and I don't mind doing some sort of a collaborative thing, then I'll probably agree to do that with them sometimes. It's been a little while since I've fully done that though. The idea of doing a small town build keeps coming up in my mind, but I definitely I'm not worrying about doing it in Alpha 21, but if Alpha 22 comes out, then, you know, all bets are off the table. We're gonna try to plan out another small town build, I think, for Alpha 22. And that one's, I think I mentioned before, it's going to be some strict parameters initially for the build group that joins us. Basically, it's anybody that's my Patreon supporter can be part of the build group with some basic rules understood. I have the right to refuse someone to the building team if they don't work out well with myself and others. But you know, I'd also rather, if somebody doesn't get along with myself and others, I'd rather them donate to another streamer, you know. But the basic parameters I'm building and setting in place now in advance, I'm gonna have written down And we'll have a section in the Discord that only us can read, that we'll only be able to read and talk and discuss plans with. But then once people have their plot of land, their 51 by 51 plot of land to build on, they'll be able to build anything they want for their base design. For, you know, they can build a house, build a brick and mortar building, doesn't matter. They could build a weird abstract Dr. Seuss style, I don't care, as long as it's in their 51 by 50, and as long as it doesn't have heat sources like forges, chem stations, cement mixer, and dew collector. Those things could be there if they're not being used, but for visual purposes. But the idea is that we don't. The build is supposed to be aesthetic. You know, it's supposed to be something to look at, and then we'll have a central. We'll have a central base that will pull resources together to get everything we need for the building project there. And part of that is also going to be a within understanding. You know, if somebody takes, we have 5,000 concrete and somebody takes all 5,000 concrete for what they're doing, at least help get that 5,000 concrete or more back, so that the other players can, you know, in the group can also have resources as well. We had a little bit of hiccup with that with the small town build, and some of it is just, I think, basic communication. You know, communication flubs. You know, some people have different communication styles, so it wasn't that anybody was doing anything specific. I think in some cases, but you know, personalities can conflict, and some people don't want to stop and discuss those issues or concerns. So the kind of small headache on my side, but worth it to me, is to try to set up better parameters for the next small town build. And at that point, me not gatekeeping sections. You know, this is where all the housing is going to be. This is where all the brick and mortar shops are going to be. This is where the warehouse and factory district's going to be. Not worrying about that the next time around, and just letting people kind of build their thing and have fun. And if they do well and they themselves are a donor on the server, and they want to build a second build, then we'll have opportunities for other plots of land, I think. And a lot of what I'm going to pre-plan is going to depend on how many people sign up for it that are part of the build group. So basically, we have our legacy builders, people that have been supporting me for the past 6 years, that are grandfathered in, and then we have our Patreon supporters, and by some loose parameters, subscribers on Twitch, and eventually Kick and YouTube. But that's where, again, I'll have to monitor closely the Discord access and try to regulate some of that. And the hard part is, once it becomes more work on a hobby versus more, you know, than my day job, project managing it, you know, starts to lose its fun and its interest. But at the same time, other people don't want to get involved with stuff like that unless there is coordination, and people can see, like, yes, this is the list of things you're wanting to do and need help with, or providing, and people could say, yes, I sign up for that. I'm happy to join that thing. When there's structure and coordination, a lot of people feel comfortable signing up for that, and I completely understand that mentality. So I'll do my best to see what I can build up. Again, we don't know when Alpha 22 is going to drop. Our latest guess, based off of loose information, is it's going to be this summer. The Fun Pimp's description in for their booth at PAX East mentions that coming to console and PC this summer, or console edition coming this summer. And so what dictates that summer is May, June, July, right? And then there's the Steam sale. What do we say, May 21st? So if they're gonna meet though that parameter, then that's a possible timeline. But I'm not necessarily counting on it happening, but it's a possibility. So just being aware of that is good enough for me. All right. Starting on intellect. If we get this server wiped and restarted to day one, level 1 character, you know, all fresh and new, then I'm going to be focusing a lot on doing a lot of jobs, getting a lot of zombie kills, and trying to enjoy that experience the next time around. And if we're able to export this build and import it into that next map, if the server owners allow me to do that, then I'll probably work on it 1 to 2 days a week. At that point, I mean, the way we're building and the way we're getting everything done, the work is going to be interior work. It's going to be stuff that we're doing inside the building. We're going to be creating rooms and creating environments and everything. That aspect is going to be done. One of the things I look forward to is trying to find a fun design for the upper head and somewhat neck area, and making control rooms and everything, and you know, controls and screens and monitors and everything. That should be fun to try to build a command center or something like that. Oh, it's funny. I'm glancing over at my YouTube preview, and it's on Horde Night still over there. But YouTube should be on my live view of me upgrading blocks. I just think for whatever reason the YouTube preview itself is always lagged behind. Good times. But big appreciation, you guys, over on Kick and YouTube. We have been getting folks that have been steadily coming back to those sites, as well as my usual Twitch followers. So I can't stop lately thanking you guys enough for coming back. We don't get as much conversation. More so now on Kick, both views and conversation, but we're getting there with YouTube, I think. YouTube is can be fickle when it comes to live shows. Like, I think you really have to have a good core audience that wants to come in for a live show. I think people still enjoy pre-recorded stuff on YouTube. And again, that's loosely just arbitrary that I'm saying, you know, that there are some people that are constantly going live on YouTube, and they have hundreds, thousands of people that watch them live. I still want to do my entertainment news talk show. I think I really need to get as much of this ThunderCats Lair done as possible. Monday's still what I'm eyeballing for that kind of show. I could take the previous week's entertainment news and review movies that have come out that previous Thursday or Friday, and do things of that nature. At some points, it seems like Tuesdays are when new movie and TV show news tends to drop. not all the time, but loosely around that time. So I might be setting myself up for disaster if I'm doing it on Mondays, because then I have 6 whole days to go through before I can do it on, discuss it on my talk show that I make. I don't know what else to really call it. Someone was telling me instead of doing a talk show, do a podcast. Like the focus will be audio, but still have for YouTube a video version, and then upload audio only to podcasting, Apple Plus and Spotify or whatever. And, I gotta look into more of that, see how easy or difficult it is to do podcasting version. But yeah, if I could be a little bit more articulate, I think with my thoughts and my voice, I think that's where I'll be able to do a more talk show environment. And I think that's just going to come with time and practice, and get through maybe like the first year of trying to do something like that, and settle on a format of delivery of information. It'll most likely entail not talking to live chat in the streaming versions if I do it live, but answering either was it Streamlabs donation or Stream Elements, one of the donation. Do one of those, or YouTube if we get up to doing super chats. Basically, whatever starts working comfortably for everybody. But that's the after building a large enough audience kind of scenario, I think. And if people are down for that. I think in a lot of cases, people are more comfortable doing that with a show like John Campia that I keep talking about on YouTube, because in his case, he's got industry knowledge of movies and TV and entertainment, and he's able to bring that to the table, to which I think that's a more valuable cost for people to do super chats and donations that way for getting your question or your comment read on the air. You know what I mean? Getting those things read live. It's not an easy thing to ask people to donate money in that regard, to a not very well known streamer or content creator. But if I can be transparent about it, I think that's part of one of the things I need to get better at. Is I need to be a little bit more firm and what's the word I'm thinking of? I need to be confident in my ability of what I'm creating, and for you guys to see that confidence, for that comfortability to support to come in as well. Not just not talking about like subs and donations or something like that specifically, but that's part of it. The bigger part of it is just building an audience that you guys are comfortable coming every time I'm broadcasting live. Because then as those numbers continue to grow and people see the higher numbers, there is that, I think, intrinsic comfortability. Like, okay, this person has 50 people now watching versus the 2 or 3 or 5 views. I'm going to check that out. They got a larger audience. Some people really do go for that. It's really interesting, but that seems to be like that first round indicator that somebody you want to watch. 49 other people are watching them. I'll be number 50. I admittedly do it. If it's someone new I don't know, and I'm looking at a category of something on Twitch, I'll try to look at the first high numbers person first, and then go from there. But then after a couple minutes, if their format's not working for me, then naturally I'll then move to the next person and the next, until I find somebody that works. But I'll work from that higher view count down. Once in a while, I'll go to the bottom and see who's got what going on. And like when we're raiding over somebody, I think that's fun sometimes to... How about somebody that's only got a couple of viewers? I think ideally right now, I would love to get my Twitch average to 50 viewers. You know, sometimes 60 people would be here, sometimes 40. But if it averages out to 50 viewers a stream, and if I can get Kick and YouTube anywhere between 10 to 20 average live viewers, I think that will be a telltale sign like that things are really rocking and rolling for me. You know, some people don't even consider it doing well until it hits like 1,000 live viewers. I'm like, no, I have no expectations of something like that. It'd be cool, be nice, but no expectations. The hard part too is once you get to that many people, there's no keeping up with live chat anymore, and that could be a bummer because I do enjoy reading live chat. Mentioned it before a couple different times, but my first week or two of streaming, somebody new to my channel came in to kind of give me a hard time, and one of the things that they were telling me is that I don't have to read every single chat that comes in. I'm like, but I want to. That's one of the things I enjoy doing, reading and responding. And yeah, as far as I know, they never came back since. I think it's too because it's the first couple weeks, so I'm sitting there stopping what I'm doing, and I'm like, such and such, something or other, such and such, and yeah, you know, I would have like Ben Stein moments, Bueller. I would have those moments where I'm just having a hard time. I still do, but stop, process my thought, and then say it. But yeah, my first couple weeks, it was pretty rough. I think I eased into it pretty decently, though. There's another level. Intellect. Electrocutioner. Alright. What level is that, though? 262. Okay. Man, we're coming up on the first appearance of Gambit. 266, Uncanny X-Men. Even though you get a slight, brief appearance of him in the end of the issue 265. But by standards, according to comic books at that time, his first appearance was issue 266. Ooh, man. Coming up about 20 minutes left here before 11 o'clock. I'm going to see how my energy is. So I don't have that meeting tomorrow. I could push a little bit till midnight tonight. But I think Wednesday and Thursday streams will end at 10 o'clock so I can get some sleep. Since I have Friday off, we're going to sleep in as long as my body will let me. And then 3 p.m. or 1500 hours Eastern time, I'll be starting my subathon on Friday. Oh, and we just Went through another 1,000 concrete. All right, 53,000 blocks. Boop. Oh, wait. You guys didn't see that. There we go. 53,000 blocks. Yeah, our leg breaks are accurate. 23. Okay. There we go. All right, next round of concrete. Where am I? I'm lost. Got lost in his own museum, eh? I should have mailed it to the Marx Brothers. Take it easy, Dad. Take it easy. I came here to save you. Yeah? Well, who's gonna save you, Junior? I told you. Don't call me Junior. Look what you did. Can't believe what you did. Come on, Dad. Oh, I love it. Bum, 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 bum. Craziest train still stuck in my head. Thanks, Freaker. It's all your fault. Okay, so there was more concrete. Put that away. There we go. All right, so we recouped a little bit of that. All right, either breakfast or my lunch break tomorrow. I gotta start some more concrete. Yeah, we got full box here, full box there. 2, 3. Oh, how much is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 22. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 160. And then what did I say? 10, 160, 170, 180, 182. Let's say it's 180. Damn. So is that 1.8 million concrete? Damn. Or is that 180,000? Let's see, 3 zeros, 4 zeros. $180,000, right? And then divided by 10 is 18,000 blocks of concrete left that I'd be able to do with this concrete. Yeah, I think that's about right. And that would put me at notepad. Yeah, we just hit 53,000, so that would put me at 71,000. And again, I think it's gonna take like 30,000 more blocks or more after that. So 300,000 concrete mix. God damn. Math. And I'm trying to do it when I'm tired. Let's see, characters. Oh. All right. Next batch. Okay, we did get more wood as well. I've been trying to remind myself to when I add more cobble and concrete to also add some more wood. Yeah, I think what I'll do tomorrow morning before my workout and breakfast, I'll get a round of concrete going, cement mix and stuff like that, and then concrete mix. Because again, there's cement, and then there's concrete mix. Concrete mix is what you use to upgrade the blocks. Cement is what you use to make concrete mix. Yeah, I'll get a round of that going for at the main base, because we have a whole bunch of workstations for that kind of work. And go and do my workout, and then come back. If I have enough time left over, I'll go and try to restock on some more wood, and we'll turn them into wood stacks. I think that works. Either that or on my lunch break I could do the wood stacks. Also, don't forget, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Time will be the first episode of Bows and Blades, Alpha 21 edition. That'll be day 1. At 11 a.m. will be the first episode of Fist Only. Both those episodes will drop tomorrow. After those episodes drop, as promised, I'll have a poll up on my YouTube community tab, and you guys will vote on which series you want to see going forward. Whichever one you guys end up voting on by after 3 or 4 days, I'll call it on the votes. Usually there's only about 3 or 4 of you that vote, but I will put it out there anyways. Once you guys vote, let me know what you guys want to see. We'll start next week with episode 2, and new episodes will drop daily. So that's gonna be part of my my Monday. My day off on Monday is rest and recoup, but I'm gonna then record like the next 2, 3, 4 episodes in advance, and edit and get them all done, ready to go for a daily drop next week. But it's, yeah, whichever ones you guys end up voting on. But can't vote until you see it, and then you let me know what you want to see, and then whichever one doesn't get voted for, I'll probably upload a new episode once a week or once in a while when I feel like it. And a lot of that is also dependent on when Alpha 22 is going to drop. But we definitely need some more watch hours on YouTube, and I used to get reasonable watch hours with the playthrough series. And yeah, we'll try to get another one of those going. Bows and Blades, I think, is my most responded to series that I would do, so we'll go back to that. But if I get a good start on Fist Only, and you like the idea of the challenge there, we can certainly put our focus in that instead. Either way, I think it's going to be pretty fun. How many people on the server? Still 5 of us. Well, a couple new folks. If that's anybody in chat, feel free to chime up. Watching the streams, I should say. Not necessarily giving away my position. Tours are not open for the build yet, but if you guys have any questions or anything like that, I can give you guys some basic info about the server. But that is one thing that the server still does keep getting new folks playing on it. Whether or not they stay after a couple days or move on or whatnot, you know, can be varied. But yeah, I tell people all the time, if they're looking for a quality of life server, quality of life mod server, for 7 Days to Die PvE, you know, so no PvP. They're welcome to come on here and check it out. I don't hide the name, you know, it's right up there in the middle of the stream there, Midgard, on skynetgamers.com. And yeah, opportunity for you guys to get something. And then, of course, when I get the build done, or any builds done, and I open it up for tours, you guys are always welcome to walk through as your characters and see it for yourself. I always just ask that that people do, you know, give us space to build and you know, not interfere too much. It's my stream, not your stream, so not to be too picky about that, but occasionally people team up just to kind of see their character on somebody else's stream, and I dig it, I get it, but at the same time I have my focus and things I'm working on, so I don't go too much for that kind of taking over my stream with your actions kind of thing. Haven't had too unruly of individuals in a while. Maybe a couple in our group that were goofballs and interrupted me during my Ghostbusters recital, but I've forgiven them for it. Oh, man. My inventory light. Okay, yeah, still got plenty of wood. I don't know why I've been consciously aware of the wood I've been using up while I've been doing this too, and I think I'm overly consciously aware of it now. We mentioned it back when I got the last batch of cobbled concrete. I grabbed a stack of wood too. I think it's 8 wood per upgrade, right? Yeah. Versus the 10 cobble, 10 concrete. Which is a weird thing to me that they would offset some of the numbers like that, but I think it used to be, somebody could correct me on this, but it used to be that you could make a what was it, wood log? You could make something like a wood log or frames, wood frames, and those would burn longer in a forge or a campfire than the amount of wood it costs to make it. Like, you know, if a wood log is 10 wood, and then you put 10 wood in a campfire, there would be different times to burn, and eventually the fun pimps balance that out, so it's the same. And to me, I'm kind of thinking like, oh man, you know, like, if someone puts the effort into making 100 wood logs, they put in the labor, why not give them a little bit of a leg up on the time? Doesn't have to be that much, but I don't know. I haven't tested it since, but coal has been our go-to now, where we're kind of reminding ourselves lately that, much like Minecraft, you know, you can burn coal, and in a way you get more time with coal. Like, one piece of coal is more time than one piece of wood, in that equivalency. And, you know, you hit a coal node and you get 6,000, 12,000 more coal. You're doing pretty good for a while. Just don't forget that you put all that coal in your forge. Yeah. With the group build, I usually ask people to not overload the forges. Or cement mixer, like cement mixer can only have 6,000 or 1,000 stacks of concrete mix made. Then only make 6,000, yeah, concrete mix. But same thing with a forge. If you can only smelt so much iron or stone or whatever, and by those parameters, if you overload the forge and it's burning all that coal and there's nothing being smelted anymore, or, you know, if it runs out, or if you have more to smelt than what it could hold, then all you're doing is just wasting that coal. And the wasting part's not really the big issue unless you're using up all the coal or wood, whatever resource you're using to burn. Unless you're using up all of everything that is being used as a group, you want to make sure, again, you replace what you're using. That's not as much of a big deal as it used to be, but it used to be that if you constantly burning forges in a chunk, there was a risk of glitching the chunk and glitching your build or something like that. Like, it would error out the chunk and you could lose everything within that chunk space, or within a certain section of that chunk. So your forges, your walls, everything you built just blinks away, goes away. So you log in one day and you see like this, you know, if you build within 2 or 3 chunks, like, you don't know that, but sometimes they'll overlap. That's where the section of the chunk is. And you're missing like this square out of a corner of your build. Well, and that happened to be where your forges were. Yeah. It sucks that would happen, and that's why I would tell people don't log out with the forges running. Now, if you know somebody else is coming onto the server and they could take over on the project or whatever, well, there you go. You can let it run. Somebody else might be on the server. The clock's already ticking anyways. I could see running that stuff to completion, but at the same time, I say just make sure you put enough burn material in the time. You know, if it's 120 minutes worth of material that the forge is working on, to put 120, 125 minute worth of fuel in it. But not everybody focuses on that. Yeah, like I said, I haven't seen that chunk corruption. That's the corrupt chunk. I haven't seen that issue since like Alpha 19, I think. But still, you know, it's always a concern for stuff like that. Alright, we're going to do a quick perimeter check. And then I'm going to take another 3-minute break, and then we'll come back and finish this up. Cluck Norris, buddy, you're in the way. I thought I was going to have to nerd pull around him. Okay. Turret's good there. Turret's good there. That's good. hydrated. Need to need to go stock up on some more water. Here's where we've been upgrading. Oops, wrong part. Came over here once and found a loot bag just sitting in this corridor, but then found some damage up against this wall. So there were zombies at some point that I didn't know about. They were beating on the walls, but they were here long enough to time out, I guess, die on their own, which has a chance of spawning loot bags that way. Okay. Good to go. All right. Give me 3 more minutes, you guys. Gonna take my last break, and then we're gonna get back to work on this sucker. BRB.
It's Britney Spears!
I'm telling you, it's not. It's Greg Scott Bailey. I know we're so similar, but yeah. All right, folks. Thanks for waiting on my little break there. Let's knock out a little bit more here. What's anybody watching the stream now that has not seen the build? I could do a quick little walk around tour. If not, let's try to get another batch of concrete mix here done. I got a whole other floor up above me to finish too, but yeah, we'll see. Lots of work, lots of stuff going into this. I estimated at least 100,000 blocks. We just hit 53,000, so you know, whether or not my estimate's accurate, we'll have to see. But I think the real fun begins when you get into the nitty gritty of design. You know, this room is going to be this, that room's going to be that. All those specifics. Oh, specificity. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Things and stuff. And you know what? So I was talking about Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire, but I don't know what I'm wanting to catch after that, or what's coming out after. Coming soon. Oh, there is one I'm wanting to see that is interesting to me, and it's Love Lies Bleeding. It's Kristen Stewart, and it has it bugs me that they have her name. Katie O'Brien. Katie M. O'Brien. Katie O'Brien has been on a couple different projects I've liked. Now she was in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. I think underutilized in that movie, but TV show she was in Andor. Yeah, Andor, as a reformed, quote unquote, reformed Imperial officer. And, or wait, no, sorry, not Andor. I'm getting mixed up with Mandalorian, because Andor is the Empire. Mandalorian's after the Empire. But yeah, so she's a reformed Imperial officer in, or so we think, in, hold on one second, you guys. Newcomers in chat or in game chat are asking if there's a Discord for the server. So Katie O'Brien was playing this character, and I really like the nature of the character. And so since then I followed them on Twitter, and they've been kind of working on like a really cool like body build tone to their body, and so same thing with this new movie. This new movie's, I think, set in the 80s, and Katie O'Brien's character is a bodybuilder character, but is getting involved with something that Kristen Stewart's character and her father, they have like a some sort of criminal activity thing going on, and I think Katie O'Brien is playing the Keanu Reeves kind of character in Point Break, or you know, the Brian character in the first Fast and the Furious, at least. I think it's basically try to get in and figure out what's going on with the criminal activity of this family or something. So one of those stories. So I'm really curious to see what it's like. And in this particular case, I think the love story is between Katie O'Brien and Kristen Stewart's character, and I, woohoo, cool. But at the same time, I'm just kind of curious what that flick's about. So I might go see that. That's Love Lies Bleeding is what it's called. And I think that's coming out the same week, next week as Ghostbusters, but I'm gonna see Ghostbusters first. There's some re-release movies coming out. Fall Guy, there we go. There's one I want to see. That's not till May though, so I gotta see what's coming out in April. But that's gotta be Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt. That looks fun. Oh, Field of Dreams is gonna be re-released. I don't think I've fully seen that movie all the way through, and I think that'd be a good one to go to the theater for. But I think at this point, not until Deadpool 3, Deadpool and Wolverine, the new title. I think that's the next highly anticipated movie for me, and that's July, so got a ways until that comes out. Yeah, I should get a list though. I should put a list together so I've got it down, locked in memory what movies I'm looking forward to. I'm thoroughly enjoying The Walking Dead, The Ones Who Live, the Rick and Michonne TV series. It's on episode 3 now. I think it's only 3 more episodes. I think it's a 6-episode limited. But yeah, looking forward to seeing how that story wraps up. And then wherever else they're gonna take the Walking Dead franchise. I still have to finish Fear the Walking Dead though. I got 1 season left on that. And I think the Daryl Dixon, the next season is going to be either about or also include Carol. Yeah, I think with scheduling conflicts, is it Melissa McBride? Was unable to do a joint story with Daryl and Carol. So they were able to write it and put it together as a Daryl Dixon story, and I think they did decent with it. And I'm not one of those that ships, and wants Daryl and Carol to hook up. But I do appreciate their bond, at least, and I do appreciate that that they do work together very well as a team. Also, not just Daryl and Rick, or Michonne and Rick, or it was always kind of thought of as I think for a while there it was thought of as Daryl, Rick, and Michonne, but there's been a lot of real wonderful and enjoyable moments where Carol has, not that I agree with all the choices her character made, but there's been times where Carol's stepped up to the plate, and I think audience members really enjoyed those moments when she did. And so likewise, if similar to what Michonne was doing looking for Rick, if Carol's looking for Daryl, I think that could be a a pretty fun scenario for her character. But I definitely hope that they go to another stretch of time, 3 to 5 years later or something like that, after these next set of shows. And we start seeing some semblance of society, even more so, being rebuilt. And the idea of the idea of the dead eventually waning out, so there's some semblance of hope for humanity, for society in these stories. That may not be what everybody else feels, but it's what I want. like in some cases, or in a lot of cases, you know, a lot of these kind of stories, especially with zombies, always seem to end with they just make it out of the whole situation they've been dealing with the whole movie or story, and they think that they're safe, and then at the last minute something else breaks bad, you know. And what was it? I don't want to get spoilers. But I was gonna mention a particular movie that did a really great job, and in the end of the movie they did that to us, and it's like, no, why? I get it though, and I occasionally do appreciate the ending that is not a happy ending, but at the end of the day, most of the stories I do want to see, you know, people rise above the situation that they're in, and come out on top. To me, I'm usually immersed in a movie almost all the time, no matter what. So when I know that there's a good chance that everybody wins all the time, I don't mind that, because I like going through the journey with the characters. And then in some cases, you know, a little bit of spoilers, but, you know, Infinity War for Marvel was a change up for that, and I think it was a well-earned change of pace. And, you know, so then by the time you come back to it with Avengers Endgame, you get to see kind of the repercussions of all of that. And, you know, it opened up a lot of questions. Now, some people feel that the Marvel Cinematic Universe hasn't delivered since then, and I can't blame anybody for feeling that way. But I've still been enjoying what's going on. I admit it's not been as blockbustered or planned out as the movies were before, but I've still been enjoying them. But I can't deny that audiences haven't been. So I'm looking forward to their course correction and what they're putting together now. And after Deadpool, we come back and revisit the Marvel Cinematic Universe in 2025. Looking forward to seeing what they're going to put together. It's, I think, a nice, good course correction coming. I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised. Man, I really want to order tacos right now. 11 o'clock at night. Because I know that with those tacos, I could have it's either a Mountain Dew or a cherry Pepsi. One of the Taco Bells is not doesn't have the same fountain drinks. One of them does not have Mountain Dew. But so that particular one, I get a cherry Pepsi. Okay, got 172 more blocks left on this current batch. It's definitely been a good way for us to finally go through several thousand stacks of concrete, right? We've been stuck at around 48,000 to 52,000, around that range, for past several weeks. But that's because we've been building with frames and kind of getting designs figured out, working on the head of the layer. But yeah, then I've gone off and left a lot of this stuff in the meantime, so good to finally come back to it. Yeah. Maybe I'll do late night tacos tomorrow. No, I said I can't stay up late tomorrow. That's right. Tomorrow or Thursday. Damn. Man, just ran out of wood. Got a little bit more wood. Was that 8, 16, 24, 32? Yeah. Okay. Just do it that way. Cool. Leaves us with a concrete mix for 60 more blocks, I think I saw. Yeah. Well, at the very least, we know that we're going to fall asleep within the first half hour of laying down tonight. I could usually tell with my yawns. Like which kind of yawn it is. How my body reacts when I yawn. Let's see. Got a whole bunch of recycle to do tomorrow. Dishes to do. Laundry can wait one more day. Yeah, I think we'll be squared away for Friday for the stream anniversary. Again, another reminder for those that weren't here earlier. My 6-year stream anniversary will be celebrated this Friday. Friday is the exact 6-year date, but the whole weekend we'll be celebrating. We'll start off with a subathon on Friday. Start at 3 p.m. or 1500 hours on Friday. I'm in Eastern time zone, Georgia. Atlanta, Georgia. So adjust your clocks accordingly. 15-hour stream. That is 3 hours from a previous subathon that I owed to the next subathon. Subathon starts with 12-hour streams, so then plus 3, 1500. And for every sub that we get during the subathon, we'll add another 15 minutes to that stream. So you see the theme of 15 there. And we'll try to continue the stream further if we get the subs to dictate it. So that'll be this coming Friday, March 15th at 1500 hours Eastern time, 3 p.m. So we just got another 1,000 concrete. All right, 54,000 blocks and counting. Cluck Doris. Now you're stuck there all the time. I'll leave my doors open. Maybe that's what brings them down here. All right. Concrete mix. Right. And cobble. $10 and $10. Oof. Watched a movie I haven't seen since it first came out last night. Watched Superbad. Jonah Hill and Michael Cera. But I mostly watched it because of why am I forgetting her name? She just won an Oscar for Emma Stone for Poor Things. I couldn't remember how much or how little Emma Stone was actually in Superbad, and well, I think she's a pivotal character in that story. Yeah, I didn't realize, like, wow, she's actually not in this movie very much. But I remember that was like where I first had my crush on her. You know, absolutely adore her acting style. And it's what bled over into Amazing Spider-Man with her Gwen Stacy portrayal and how her Gwen Stacy would interact with Peter Parker. They both had this conversational cadence to how they spoke to one another and spoke about topics around one another that I really liked. It was like this quirk or manners of the way they did stuff. There's a little bit of an overlap conversation that they did, and there was something about how she did that character that I just really enjoyed. But yeah, I'm gonna have to pick up a few other movies that she's been in that I haven't seen yet. It's not School of Rock. What's the other one? The Rock Star? I think with Rainn Wilson. Or is it The Rocker? Damn it. I'll look up Rainn Wilson. The Rocker. Okay. Yeah, so Emma Stone is in that. But I mean, yeah, might as well look up Emma Stone then. And not get work done on the the blocks we're working on. I didn't see La La Land. I saw Battle of the Sexes. That was real cool. I really like that. Yeah, let's go down here. Yes, Super Bad. I didn't watch Drive. That was a TV series. I think that was a one season TV series. But then she did The Rocker. House Bunny, I remember watching, but I don't remember her in it. Definitely remember her in Zombieland. Ghosts of Girlfriend's Past. I don't remember seeing that. I didn't see Easy A. I didn't know she was in Friends with Benefits. The Justin Timberlake and Mila Kunis version of that story. But yeah, Easy A, Friends with Benefits, Crazy Stupid Love, I haven't seen. The Help, I haven't seen. I was told I should see The Help. And then she was in Amazing Spider-Man. Movie 43, I still hadn't seen, but I always heard bad things about that. Gangster Squad, I guess, didn't turn out as well as it could. I remember watching The Croods. She did Eep's voice in The Croods. Anyways, yeah, just a lot of stuff there, but yeah, La La Land, Cruella. Oh, I really enjoyed Cruella. And Cruella was the one of my exceptions to the rule of making a villain character good, or so to speak, or misunderstood, and kind of flipping the coin on that story. I definitely enjoyed that approach with that story. Otherwise, I do wish they would kind of like they, as in who's ever making stories for entertainment. I wish they would go ahead and keep some of these villains, you know, keep that aspect to them. Not really down with the whole anti-hero approach and whatnot that they keep doing with a lot of characters. Venom's another exception to a point. I think the Tom Hardy Venoms have been okay. Other people do really like them. and other people don't. But it's still been making money in the box office, so Sony, you know, is gonna keep making Venom movies, I guess. But yeah, otherwise, I feel like, could we just keep villains? I mean, mustache twirling villains are one thing, but the compelling villains that you like, a little bit of the Magneto character, like you don't agree with his overall ends justify the means reason to be bad, but there are times where you can sit there and go, I kind of get where he's coming from. Kind of approach to Magneto. That's what always made his character a compelling villain for me in the comic books. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, I don't understand the need to do the anti-hero thing lately. Not like it's happening a lot, but noticeably, it's been happening enough that it's noticeable. Man, you all went quiet on me again. I gotta come up with more interesting topics then. I'll do better. Another level. All right, maxed out on Electrocutioner. Doing for time about 20 minutes, you guys. We're gonna wrap up here. Awesome. Okay. Did we determine, did Twitch have um a way to block incoming raids? The only reason oh yeah, there we go. Stop raids for 1 hour. Okay. Add that to my dashboard. Only reason to do that is there's been a couple times where we've had a raid come in on the last 5 minutes or so, and I'd much rather the person raid over somebody that's going to keep streaming for a while, and also maintain my end times accurately for the sake of streaming. Now, you know, again, I earlier said that I could go till midnight after I checked my work schedule for the next day, so we know we're good in that regard. But yeah, I'd hate to have oh, speaking of which, well, I actually use it if I said I'm going to add it. Okay. But yeah, I definitely would rather have them have the opportunity to rate somebody else that's still going. I'll have to commit to memory that that's available to us. I'm going to stop this for the remainder of the night. But that's been good. We got a good portion of good portion of more blocks upgraded. Very happy with that. Pluck Norris, you're still stuck in that corner. Man. He better not be there when when I log in again another day. I had thought about putting the fence up there as well, so he couldn't get up there, but I don't know. Considering again talking to the admins about having him removed. It's been a good conversational piece though to have at the base. To be perfectly frank. Instead of being perfectly Greg. Okay, good to go there. Good there. All right. That's the current turrets that we have. However, we do have some set up on the other side of the, or not turrets, but we have other accessible areas. Those zombies tend to seem to load in on this side, so that's why I'm mostly armed up this side. But it probably wouldn't hurt to get another set of turrets in on the other side. Now, if I remember correctly, exporting a built base and importing it somewhere, I don't think things like the turrets and generators, power, things like that, I don't think they carry over. I don't remember. But nothing to say we can't redo it. You know, at the very least, that's a lot less to redo than building this whole thing over again, which I will not do. I'm done with this thing. This is the last time we're working on it. Only by extension if it gets to be exported and imported into the next map, and we get to work on other further details, and I'm fine with that. But oh, you know what? Let's actually check down here. Bit of damage there, but I think that might be leftover damage from when I killed some zombies here before. And again, for every repair batch of concrete we use, we'll want to go back and even it out. Make sure we have the same amount of concrete as we do cobble. Okay, 468 out of 470, so we just need 2. As easy as. Alright, we got some more cement here. Now I'm going to be logging off, but I'm just going to get 15 minutes worth going. So that way I know it's going to end and not burn the whole time I'm gone. We're not putting the whole shebang in there. Base camp. Stone's maxed out. Stone's maxed out. There's some stone in there. Stone's maxed out. Maxed out. Okay. So at that point, I would be making cement with all of that. Where's the coal to burn? There's coal. Okay. How many forges? 2, 4, 6? Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six. I don't know why I'm making them all 93. Ask her. Let's make them all 100. Okay. 100 coal is 166 minutes. And there's only 58 minutes of crafting time needed. Okay. We could change that here in a minute. Oh, there's already... Maybe that's why I said 93, because that seemed to be a number that was already in there. Okay. 57. 26. One more. 59.06. 35. Okay. Yeah, not exact science, but works for me. And in addition to that, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Knowing that you can put 2 in each, 6 workstations, it's 12 stacks. So while it's doing output, it's doing input at the same time. Oops. Did I not grab 12? Oh, no, I couldn't pick them up. Whoopsie. Oh. Did I grab? One too many? Maybe I had 6,000 already on me and I didn't realize it. Alright, that works. Alright, so we've got that going. That'll set me up for the morning. Alright. Jammed. Raspberry. Still need one. Man, who would dare give me the raspberry? Lone Star. Alright, just covering up real quick. I'm entering a passcode to the boxes, so you guys are not allowed to see that on the stream. Shame, shame, know your name. Okay. Alright, so we've got the startings of some more concrete mix. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70,000. 80, 90, 100,000. Okay. Divided by 10 is 10,000 more concrete. So anywhere between 20 to 40,000 more concrete after this will probably meet that 100,000 blocks parameter, I think, that we're trying to take care of. Ooh, fuel. Get me fuel. Get me fire. My desire. Oh my goodness. Not quite sure what would have eaten up all of this fuel in 36 hours, but yeah. That leaves us enough left over for a gyrocopter, I think. Yeah, generators are running, and that means we'll have turrets take out the screamers on the perimeter here. It's got some damage. Making sure stuff has ammo. Wait. We missing a turret here? Oh, and Dorkster had mentioned the sign got destroyed. Sad panda days. Yeah, we had a sign up here. All right, again, just make sure these got ammo. Ammo within reason.
Like the power of Grayskull.
Speaking of Dorkster. Uh-oh. Dorkster, no power to this turret. What's going on? I didn't bork it. Oh, it only powers up when the camera turns on. Yeah, no worries. All right, so the generator over here is now completely full. I filled it up with fuel. Don't mess up your... I didn't do anything to your design. What the heck? Chat, back me up on this. I was just making sure everything has fuel before I leave. Good grief. Likewise here, all fueled up. Can you fill up the generators at the Diamond and Snow Village? I don't know where those are at. I know where those locations are, the bases, but after after I log off stream here, I'm closing out right now. I'll head over there. All right, so folks, that's it for tonight. That's a little 5.5 hour session. Ooh, 5 hour 20-minute session. Appreciate everybody coming out. We had some really good conversations, talked about some movies and TV shows tonight too, and enjoyed all those conversations. Sorry. Oh, here in Cluck Norris. And yeah, we got Cluck Norris moved from one corner, and now he's in another corner, but that's going to be a future Greg problem. We got a whole bunch of the flooring upgraded. Didn't stay as energetic tonight, so I didn't work on the shoulders like I wanted to, but that's why we got possibly tomorrow and Thursday night streams to work on those. Still no word if we're going to have a reset on the server, a wipe and reset, so for now we're still going to go forward into this upcoming weekend as if they're not going to wipe and reset. If they do wipe and reset, then we'll adjust schedules accordingly. Going to do a split Friday night during my subathon of Valheim and 7 Days to Die. I think I'll start off with Valheim now that I'm thinking about it, and we'll move into 7 Days to Die at night, and then subsequently, depending on when we end the subathon, I go sleep, wake up on Saturday. We'll continue a new stream where I will do Valheim first and then move over to 7 Days to Die there as well. Been wanting to get back in to Valheim. I didn't want to stop doing it for as long as I did, but I wanted to get a good chunk of this build done, and that was really important to me. So I went ahead and moved forward with a couple weeks worth of working on this ThunderCats layer, and I think we made some considerable progress, all things considered. So we'll see what we could do. Again, we'll keep an eye out for things. But yes, 3 p.m. or 1500 hours this Friday, the 15th of March, will be the subathon. My 6-year anniversary officially will start then, and we'll see how the weekend goes. We'll be doing 15 hours to start. If we get more subs during that subathon, we will then carry over that time, that clock accordingly. 15 minutes for each sub that's done, and we'll work from there. So big appreciation and patience for that, you guys. The what else? Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern time is the first episode of Bows and Blades. I got that all set, ready to go. 1 hour after that will be the first episode of Fists Only, and then after that, both those episodes are out. There will be a poll. I'll want you guys to vote on that on my YouTube channel in the community section to let me know if you want to see me continue Bows and Blades or you want to see me continue the Fist Only Challenge. And we'll work and focus on those accordingly. But yeah, so look at 10 o'clock tomorrow. If you're not following me on YouTube, that's Greg Scott Bailey on everything. So youtube.com/Greg Scott Bailey. If you're not following me on Kick and you want to follow me on Kick, kick.com/Greg Scott Bailey. And of course, twitch.tv/Greg Scott Bailey. I think I like keeping that name across the board. So there we go. So last but not least, as always, like to thank the lurkers, people that come in and chat, don't talk, even though like the last hour and a half, I was begging and pleading for some conversation. You guys left me all alone until Dorster came in. But no, seriously, if you guys come in, no obligation to do so for chatting. I want you guys to come in and relax and enjoy the stream. But if it's because you don't have a topic of conversation, I love talking about comic books, TV shows, movies, and of course, whatever it is I'm streaming at the time. So I thank you all for coming out tonight. Appreciate each and every one of you. As always, we'll see you on the next adventure. Alrighty. Bye-bye.